And ahoy everyone, it's your friend streamer, occasional lover, Sabaton Liam, back at you for another Call of Cthulhu Friday. And you might notice something different. You can actually see my lovely face down in the character sheet. Well, not character sheet, where the character display picture where that is meant to go. Little experiment today when we start the whole new Dungeons and Dragons YouTube channel and Twitch channel. Hopefully we might have good internet and we will have everyone's webcam shown right here. So this is a test run today, so yay. But how are we going, my dear friends? Let us jump into it. We got Smithy in the chat. Smithy, jump in. Okay, no, Smith is in there. Smith is in there. Let's jump in, my friends, and see what everyone is talking about.
Hopefully I learn enough by the next campaign that I'm not asking.
It's all good.
That's okay.
Welcome back.
Welcome back, everyone, to Shadows of Yog-Sothoth, episode 9, our second last episode.
Oh God.
The Watchers of Easter Island. It has been mere weeks since our investigators returned from Yemen without Edward Rivers. And they do not have to wait long for the next lead to come to them. While in the Nameless City, investigators, you obtained a copy of the Raise or Sink Rillier spell. You also learned the location of Rillian, approximately 20 nautical miles to the northeast of New Zealand, in between Australia, New Zealand, and Easter Island. However, you've been waiting for any hint that the cult you've been chasing, Order of the Silver Twilight, plan to make their move, so that you may finally determine where they plan to conduct this ritual and put a stop to it. Eventually, Christopher Jones and Ethan Blaine, the only two survivors of our group, you receive a telegram from the accountant, David Lee, the once-upon-a-time lover of journalist Vera Delacroix, who arrives out of the blue. And it simply says, here it comes, it is cited Carl Stanford, stop. Repeat, cited Carl Stanford, stop. Disguised, but unmistakably him, stop. He has chartered 2 ships here, stop. Destination in Eastern Pacific, likely, stop. Much crew, equipment, supplies, stop. Shall I learn more? Question mark, stop. David Lee. The telegraph appears to have been sent from the port city of Valparaiso in Chile. Roughly in the vicinity of the world where you would expect the cult to be making preparations for the big ritual. And so, eager to find out more, you send a radiogram to David Lee asking him if there's any more information he can provide. And less than a day later, you get a second telegram. Stanford set sail minutes before police arrived. Stop. No one knows to where. Stop. Easter Island, closest landfall. Stop. Police charge Stanford for grisly murders at La Calera, Chile. Stop. Remember, at low loans, David Lee. It appears that David Lee has pinpointed Carl Stanford, the leader of the Hermetic Order of the Silver Twilight, as embarking from Valparaiso to Easter Island, which is in very close proximity to the site that will occupy Rillier once it has risen. And so, wasting no time, Captain and Ethan, you begin to make preparations for a trip to Easter Island aboard the captain's vessel. The day that you were due to leave, however, as you were going through the last minute preparations before getting ready to disembark upon the Mayflower Mark II, you were approached by a group of 3 men, none of whom you have seen before. Each of them spends only a moment to introduce themselves and to inform you that they have been searching for you. The first is Chauncey McPherson, who, with a rather athletic build about him, introduces himself as an Olympic fencer and an old-time friend and sword-fighting instructor of Edward Rivers. He informs you that he has taken possession of Edward Rivers' personal effects, and after poring through them, noticing the name Captain Christopher Jones repeated several times, decided to seek you out in hopes of discovering the fate of his missing friend. The second man, who appears dressed rather ill-fitting for a sea journey, clad in a tight, well-tailored black suit with sunglasses and perfectly creamed hair, introduces himself as Agent J.K. Blackstone from the Bureau. Agent Blackstone, you may introduce yourself to the captain.
Agent Blackstone looks at the captain and goes, Mr. Christopher Jones, I presume.
Gives him salute. I'm Christopher Jones, and this is my ship.
I am Agent J.K. Blackstone from the Bureau. I have been sent by a Special Agent Bill Harkin to accompany you on your journey, as some strange happenings seem to go on around about you, and it seems that your companions for the last amount of time keep disappearing.
That's an understatement.
He's not wrong on that one.
I am gonna put this bluntly. If you step aboard this ship, if you're gonna come with us and help us, you will most likely die.
He's not wrong about that either. I nearly died the last time I stepped on this ship.
Alright, well, that is something that unfortunately comes with my line of work. Before we go on, I just have a couple of questions.
Aye.
And with that, he pulls out a notebook and goes, can you confirm, just for my superiors, that oh shit.
It's okay, I'll forget stuff too.
Yeah, I had the word in my head and then it just disappeared. The status, can you confirm the statuses that I read out for these following people?
Oh, I can do my best.
Life, dead.
Yeah, we lost him a while back.
Wilbur Wallace, dead.
We lost him too.
Max Biggs and Vera Delacroix, missing.
Wait, which one is Max Biggs again?
My character from 2 sessions ago.
Oh, yeah. Sorry.
He died badly.
Sorry.
He died horribly.
Yes, he did. Yeah, we lost them too, and Vera, that was a tragedy. I'll tell you, but you might, I'd pull out my flask of whiskey. You might want to scull some of this if I ever told you.
Oh, the things I've seen, you may not. I may not need the whiskey. Waldo Dinzo, dead.
Well, I gotta be honest. The world got granted a favor with him passing. Not.
And your one of your more recent companions, Edward Rivers. Now, I have intelligence here that somewhere in the Rub Ali Kali Desert in Yemen. And he seems to have, what's this note say? Bloody gone missing in the city that has not been named.
Oh, I take a swig of the flask. That's certainly one way of putting it.
Right, well,
Yeah,
it seems
no,
my
I-
superiors do know what they're on about then. Well, I will be joining you on this journey of yours.
Aye, the more the merrier, I guess. Jump aboard.
Welcome to the good ship.
Well, I'll be
Welcome to
tagging
good
along
ship,
as well,
Lord.
because I need to know about my buddy, Edward.
Oh, I can tell you exactly where to find Edward, but
I want to hear from the
say-
captain. He's the one who has the name in the possessions.
well, I'll just guess I'll just go mosey on the other.
I'll just go fuck myself then.
As Shortsy accosts the captain as you all step aboard the ship, the third man, a dashingly handsome, blonde-haired man with a vaguely familiar face, simply brushes a lock of hair out of his eyes, chuckles under his breath, and he says, quite loud, in a faux, quiet voice, as if he's whispering under his breath, but also deliberately so that you can hear him. Ah, the fans always go wild when Clark's in town.
Gee, sorry, I thought you were a lass there. What?
Clark D. Haverland. You may introduce yourself.
Oh, okay. Hello, I am Clark de Havilland, dashing rogue entertainer for Mackie Moose Film Incorporated. You may have seen my friends, Dan Bliff and... not Clark Kent, what was the other bloke's name? Waldo Disney.
Jesus.
Well, I just roll my eyes and go, oh, another entertainer.
Suppose my guy pulls like a notepad out of his back pocket and goes, "Holy shit! I am a huge fan. You think I can get my autograph before we're probably all horribly murdered by whatever we're coming up to next?"
What do you mean horribly murdered? I thought my friends just disappeared.
Sorry, I forgot. Yeah, we don't do spoilers on this boat. Just sign this. It'll either way, it's gonna be worth a lot of money to me.
Clark D. Haverland informs the rest of you that with his producer and his director gone, the studio that he has signed with is essentially floating dead in the water. And as a last-ditch effort to try to maintain any fame and fortune he still has, well, he has to find them.
Look,
Explicit.
as much as I kind of secretly hate this, I gotta applaud the continuity you're doing with all three of these guys.
Yes.
We decided killing off all the investigators, now we're killing off a movie franchise.
And
Yeah,
in the epilogue, since there's no one left in the studio, it gets bought out by Disney.
Oh, Lord.
So
Yeah, okay, that's fine.
Yep.
before travelling to Easter Island, must obtain visas from the Chilean consulate. The standard price for a tourist visa to Chile will be $20. However, you may use either charm or law to get a cheaper price.
Oh, I'm gonna try my charm.
I will try my law.
Lucky charm.
Lucky charm.
And I'll just be famous.
Half my appearance.
Did
What's
I
up my
pass?
appearance?
Yay!
30, so 50.
Oh,
Oh, can I spend 2 luck points?
Sure, sure,
Thank you.
Can I spend 4 luck points?
sure.
Actually, for
Quick
the hell of
pay.
it. Oh, I should have pushed it. That was the 17.
And
right.
M1, I believe Clark Haverland has a very high charm skill, so go ahead and roll. So you don't
That's
get a
what you
visa.
think, but you have no idea what Faye may think.
Yes.
That is true. Faye controls the cause. Yeah.
Let me just check.
Case in point.
Yeah, it's still
Faye
rolled
cares
high.
not.
It's
Faye
still rolled
cares not
high,
for your stats.
But Would you like to spend 8 luck to pass that? Or would you like to push it? You do have a charm of 6.
You know what? Can I push it?
Push it.
Go
Like,
ahead.
what?
Push it.
Push it, push it, push it, push it, push it. Oh,
Hey.
I mean, yay!
Hey,
What
ding, ding,
is
ding.
what is my check? To be honest, I can't
Your
find my
charm
character
is-
sheet anyway.
Your charm is 60. I'll put your character sheet right here in the chat so you can get it.
Oh, Thanks. I know you sent it to me. I forgot where I
I know,
put it.
it's right here.
Oh.
It's 60. So you did pass. So for those of you
Thanks.
who passed, you were able to obtain visas for $15 rather than $20.
Hello.
Nice.
Oh god, that's a Tom. Hi, Tom.
And
Yeah.
Yep.
Ooh,
Hey, Tom,
suggestive
man.
overtone.
Just bear
I'll
with
apologize for my tardiness.
that.
No,
okay,
that's
bear
fine.
with us. Your character is being a little bit later than how I got you.
Yes. Wonderful.
So, after you have purchased your visas from the Chilean consulate, you board the Mayflower Mark II, and you begin the roughly 11 to 12-day journey down across the Atlantic seaboard, around the southern horn of South America, and towards Easter Island. The trip is uneventful, and for most of you, somewhat relaxing, as most of you are not aware of the horrors to come.
I'm just gonna keep laughing.
Agent Blackstone is always just on the captain's periphery.
Yep, he's always on the captain's periphery, and despite the fact that he spends 11 to 12 days on a ship, you never see him outside of his suit. He's always up before anyone else in the morning, and never retires below deck until everyone is already in bed.
What are you doing fun on this whole thing?
This isn't a question to me, because I was one of the few people that was actually with him when half these people went fucking missing. Or at least one or two of them, anyway.
Yeah, you saw Dan Blythe and Edward go, at least. So
Yeah.
here is a map of Easter Island. You arrive after the uneventful journey on the periphery of Easter Island, or, as it is known in the local language, Isla de Pascua. You travel 3,000 miles and then cross the ocean in a single bound from the east coast of the USA to Chilean waters. You have several options for how you'd like to proceed, Captain. There is a single settlement on Easter Island, Tangaroa Village, on the island's western coast. This would be the obvious place to dock. However, you may feel free to sail around the perimeter of the island if you like. After all, you are well aware that, according to David Lee, Carl Stanford has recently disembarked for this area, and who knows where he may be.
Did we say that my character was from here?
You've been here before,
Been here. Okay. Yep.
but
Alright.
you're not from here, yeah.
Yep. Okay.
I think I would like to sail around and just get the scope.
Get the scope of things, everyone else is fine with that?
Look around as
Well,
well.
he's got the, he's in charge of the ship, so.
Yeah,
Yep.
can't really argue with the guy in charge.
Yep.
Very well. I would like the captain to please make a navigate check, first of all.
That is a 5.
A 5. Okay. Now, I would like the captain to please make a pilot boat check.
Pilot boat check, okay, let me check what that is. Pilot boat check, where are you? Okay, that's 60. Can I push that?
Yes, you can.
Thank you. That is... Oh, just a pass, that was 59.
Just a pass. Finally, I would like one of you to please make a natural world check.
Do I have that?
I do
I don't
not.
have that. Yeah.
Where the hell is
my
Ed?
progression?
No, I don't have that. I mean, if no one else has it, I can try it, but
I don't have it either.
everyone still has a 10% chance of
Yeah.
Alright, so pick someone
He's
at
not
random
wrong.
to make the check.
I'll do it.
I got 2.
Oh, well, don't worry about me then.
All right, then. All right, 2. So, 3 successes. Fantastic. So, as you approach Easter Island, you decide to bypass the village of Kangaroa for the time being and just do a quick lap around the periphery of the island. Something that takes about a full day. And as you sail around the island, you notice several times, although you take great care not to run into them, you notice, seemingly also patrolling the perimeter of the island, a Chilean naval cruiser. In fact, Captain, you recognise it as the naval cruiser O'Higgins, and it appears to be leading a fleet of 2 destroyers and a supply ship. Thanks to your careful piloting and navigation and making sure you stay out of sight, you are able to bypass this fleet who appear to be searching for something, although you're not sure what. You do have the option of making your presence known, but you don't have to.
Yeah, I don't think we should.
You do your best to stay out of sight of this fleet, and by the time night falls, you find yourself on the southeastern coast of the island, sailing past the volcanic Mount Ororite, sailing past the volcanic mountain Rano Kao, and to the south of it, the Cliff of the Birdmen and the very small island Moto Nui, once thought to be part of Easter Island. I would like all of you to please make spot hidden checks.
Can I push that?
Yes, you can.
Nope.
That is a hard pass.
Yes, that is a
I
pass.
got a pass.
I fail.
Okay, so altogether we have 2 passes. Alright, so as you sail your boat past the volcano of Rano Kao and begin cresting the cliff of the Birdmen, passing between it and Motu Nui, something catches your eyes as you're on lookout that night. Strange flashing blue lights, a series of orbs making up a roughly triangular shape, glimmering, apparently floating up and down the side of the volcano. They linger there, glimmering in the night sky for what seems about 10 or 15 minutes, and then disappear. Would you like to risk sailing closer to shore to get a closer look?
Goddamn music, why do you kick in at the worst times? I think I would.
Alright.
They're the old man, don't need to get busted before we even set foot.
I would like you to please make a pilot boat check.
That is an 11.
An 11, very well.
So is that
I would like.
hard or
I would like. Is it a?
It's a critical.
Definitely be
It's a critical.
Very well. I would like everyone else to please make stealth checks with advantage, as you have made a pass on your pilot boat check.
I got a hard pass off the bat, and I'm not trying to roll any harder.
Was that a hard pass? No. Was that advantage, sorry?
Yeah,
That's
advantage.
Advantage, so you roll twice and take the lowest.
Okay.
Yeah, that's a fail.
Yeah, I got a hard as well, so I'm not gonna...
Can
on
we
my first
push?
roll.
It's a fail from Smithy. How did,
Is it because I got a critical, does it count for someone else's pass?
No, it doesn't,
Okay.
but it's okay because M1 passed, 3 out of 4 passes.
Oh, excellent.
So, making sure to bring your boat in as close to the shore as possible while still remaining under the shade of the solitary island to the south, and you with your crewmates advising you how to remain hidden by the waves. Draw close enough to get a better look at shore. Perhaps Captain, make a spot hidden check with advantage.
Oh, advantage, you say? And one of you are a pass. Sorry, wait, hold on. What is it again? No, sorry, that's a hard pass.
You notice what appears to be a small group of people. At least they appear to be people. Human silhouettes, except they are strangely stunted. And the way they walk is sort of jerky and awkward, as if they're unaccustomed to walking along land. They approach the edge of the cliff of the Birdmen, and then in unison dive head first into the water. You manage to watch their shapes descend into the inky drink, and you see them just long enough to determine that they are swimming towards the island of Moto Nui before they disappear into the blackness.
Oh. Let's see. Whoa, that was almost bad. Almost knocked my dice everywhere.
Is there anything you would like to do? Or would you like to wait till morning and then dock at the village?
Any of us know what those things were, or we just gonna go, neat, oddly moving Olympic swimmers who don't seem to need to breathe?
Don't say Olympic.
Someone can go for a swim and try to follow them if you like, but you didn't get a good enough look at them to
All right.
exactly
no. I learned enough from last time to not be entirely curious about things.
What's the distance between the island and that small island?
About a gap of about maybe 1 kilometer, give or take.
So here's what I'm thinking. We wait in the water for about maybe an hour, then go to that small island and have a look-see.
You could do that. Okay. I would like you, please, Captain, to make an intelligence check.
Alright, I can do... Crap, where did I put the dice? There's 1, and there's 2. Oh, what's my intelligence again? Can I push that?
Yes, you can.
Thank you.
So, Captain,
Yes.
as you idle...
That is a pass.
Yep, that's a pass. As you idle your boat in the waves, crash against the island of Moto Nui, you notice that there is no suitable place on this tiny island where you could dock. It appears less to be an island and more just a big chunk of rock, cliffs overlooking the ocean. You would have to climb, it would be a sheer climb, not impossible, but quite difficult. It appears that these swimmers, whoever they are heading towards the only reasonably accessible part of the island, an underwater cave of sorts. Perhaps.
Oh, okay. How dark is it?
Quite dark.
It's
It's pitch black at this point. You can only just make out the vague shapes of the shoreline.
Okay, so using a spotlight would probably be bad. Oh, shit. I'm going to put this up to the crew. Either we dock here for the night and some of us take guards, or we go around and dock at the port and go to the village.
Quick question. Is it possible to use my I still have the enchanted tripod, guys.
You still have it, yes.
Is it possible to use the telescope, or not telescope, but the lens to see further in, like, maybe we could an electrical skill, repair skill.
Yeah, it's a good idea.
Is someone in...
I have mechanical repair. That's about it.
I'll do well.
Probably would require electrical repair to do some work to the camera and the lens itself. And unfortunately, I don't think anyone has that.
No.
unless I'm mistaken.
Or does... Wait, Liam has a mechanical repair.
Yeah.
He does, yes.
Could he fashion another lens to chuck on top of the existing lens to enhance it, to enhance the magnification? Sort of see if we can see as far as we can into the
Well, an
silhouettes.
electrical repair check would be ideal, but I will allow anyone to
Yeah.
attempt a hard mechanical repair check at disadvantage.
Oof.
Do it.
Is it worth it?
Well, to get a hard pass is a 15 for me.
And it would be at disadvantage.
Yeah.
Doable, but it's not very likely.
Yeah.
If we fail it, what's the problem? What
We
would happen if
could
fail
destroy
it?
the lenses.
Yeah, if you fail the first time, nothing happens. If it's pushed, you can risk destroying it.
Yeah.
In that case, give it a shot, and if we fail it, we fail it.
All
We
right.
just don't push
All right,
it.
I'm putting this on you. Well, that's a fail on both accounts.
Alright, so,
Oh, I didn't know you were gonna push it.
Oh no, I didn't.
No,
I rolled with disadvantage. So roll
As
twice,
it's
take the
your
highest.
tripod, as it's your tripod, Clark, it's up to you. Will you allow him to push it and risk destroying it? Or are you happy to let it fly?
Let's just leave it as is.
Yeah, good plan.
Let's just
Alright.
go find someone to dock.
Alright, so
Sorry.
you decide to press on through the strait between the Cliff of the Birdmen and Motu Nui and onto Tangaroa Village. You stop, you rest just before you reach Tangaroa Village, you catch a couple hours of sleep, wait for the sun to rise, then you maneuver the boat into the small, into what passes as the village's dock. Little more than a wooden jetty jutting out from the base of a cliff onto the ocean. You disembark without difficulty and are soon trudging up the beach towards the village. Your arrival at the village, however, does not appear to have gone unnoticed. A welcoming party of Chilean sailors is led by an animated young lieutenant. As he nears, you see that he holds a 22 caliber rifle in his arms. The lieutenant heads implacably towards you. Everybody, what is your size value?
75.
60.
5. Very well. He approaches you, Captain, and he gestures, saluting you, and says, Senor Carl Stanford, I have the honor to subject you and your companions to arrest. He gestures to his men. A few of them advance, and they begin to affix manacles to members of your party, while most casually point their rifles from the hip. Do you resist?
I'm just gonna casually put my hands up and go. It's not exactly the welcome wagon, but
Do you want me to interject and you charm them?
I'd really rather you didn't, Chief.
You could be famous in the Chilean.
They might also
acting
not know
circuit.
you from a bar of soap. But if you want to get
I
your
don't
head blown
know.
off, but if you'd like to get your head blown off by the South American police force, then shoot, Chief. It's not my first job to keep you from killing yourself. Go nuts.
I'll go for real.
Make a hard charm check.
50.
50. That is not a hard. That's a pass, but not a hard pass. Would you like to risk pushing it?
Yeah, well, why not?
Oh god.
All right.
This is how Mackie Moose Films was disintegrated.
Oh no! Oh!
He's dead.
You take a step back and hold out. You take a step back before one of the men can clasp manacles around your feet. Remove your hands from the handcuffs and you say, "Hey, don't you know who I am? I am Clark de Havilland, star of the Mackie Moose films, and I demand to unhand me." The men look at you, The lieutenant scowls, and then he looks to one of his men. The man raises his 22 rifle, lowers it towards your knee, and pulls the
Wait.
trigger.
Oh shit, too late. God damn!
Take 1 point of damage as the bullet grazes you, but the pain is enough to get the message through.
I also take 2 sand damage.
Yep,
Oh,
2 stand, because when Clark de Havilland fails a charm or fast talk check, he is so offended that these people don't know.
He goes, it's so fucking fragile. Oh my god,
Oh,
yay.
Jesus Christ.
The
Oh
damage
my
is-
god! Why
the
did you
damage
do
is-
that for?
Uh,
I'm
damage-
famous, you asshole!
Oh god, yeah, insult the
No,
guy. That's gonna make everything
I just
so
look at
much
Clark
better.
going, shut the fuck up. I put my hands up and goes, I'm captain of this ship. What is this all about?
The lieutenant simply looks at you, continues to watch his men as they finish fixing the manacles and handcuffs.
Can I
Yeah.
try and do a law check? Law thing to get out of it?
Yes, go ahead, make a law check.
We're all gonna die here.
That's a 12, which is a hard pass.
Oh, damn.
You
I like
reach
these dice.
You reach
Save
into
us.
your pocket and you pull out your wallet with your bureau badge and you show it to the men. You were stationed on this island several years at one point, conducting intelligence operations. You have quite a reputation here, and even though it's out of your jurisdiction, they recognize your name. So the lieutenant gives a silent gesture to the other men, and they begin loosening the manacles and the handcuffs. But do
This
not
all happened after M1 got shot.
Yep.
Too.
Honestly, we should have led with you, but never mind.
Well, I was gonna do stuff, then Mr. Clark would go, I'm a famous actor. Yeah.
Yeah, we knew that was gonna happen. Never mind.
They untrain their guns from you, and the lieutenant says, well, if there is some misunderstanding, then it must be explained to the Commandante. Come, this way, please, gentlemen. And he begins to lead you up the jetty towards the village.
I'm just gonna stand in line directly behind the agent and go, yep, I'm with him. Definitely with him. Just leave the actor to nurse his bullet wound.
Yeah, I just follow behind the people and just look at Clark and go, fucking actors.
Oh no. Agent Blackstone gestures for the captain to lead.
Yep, alright. Captain leads. You were led up the jetty and up a path that winds through the beach and up a cliff. And you come to a large concrete wall topped with barbed wire. The boundary wall of the village, apparently. A large wooden gate blocks access. The lieutenant barks an order in Spanish to the guard at the gate, who makes a signal, and then the gate is pulled open. Inside, you can see the village, a humble enough place, mainly consisting of utilitarian brick buildings with not much differentiating them, clearly of some basic government design. The only building you can see from here that stands out is what, according to a sign, is the Commandant's Palace, a large brick affair with a facade resembling some kind of hacienda and faux marble columns topping a short staircase out the front. As you are led through the village, you see several of the locals gathered in a crowd, gathered in what appears to be some sort of market square, as evidenced by a couple of ramshackle fruit stalls and a stone well. They appear to be gathered around in a circle, staring at somebody in their midst. And as you approach, you hear a stunned gasp of awe reverberate through the crowd. The lieutenant who is leading you simply sighs and stops. He calls out to the crowd in Spanish. I would
Do I
like...
understand what he says?
If you have Spanish, you may roll a Spanish check, please.
That is a hard pass.
Nice.
Same here. I got a 17, but yeah.
Alright.
I completely forgot that my character speaks Spanish up till now.
He barks out to the crowd. Unlawful assembly. Why are you assembling here? It is work hours. You are not to assemble until between the hours of 5 and 6.
Work hours?
There is no response from the crowd. The lieutenant claps his hand loudly.
Wait, is it still the dead of night?
No, it's the morning.
Okay, morning now. Okay.
Yeah. He claps his hand and calls out, "Hey, what is the meaning of this disturbance?" Finally, members of the crowd disperse, revealing what they are gathered around. And then, Captain and Ethan, you see a familiar, long, black-haired man with a beard in familiar white robe.
Oh no.
Accompanied on both sides by two scantily clad, nubile-looking women. One of the village natives is kneeling in front of him, and he has his hand on the native's head. As you approach...
By the power of Yahweh, Allah, and the protocols of Zion inscribed power with, I pronounce you healed.
Oh, not this guy again.
He taps the villager on the head. The villager stumbles for a moment and then stands up. He stretches out both of his arms and jumps up and down. And then in Spanish, he excitedly shouts, "By the Lord! My broken rib is fixed! I can move again!"
Please donate generously and reach deep into your pockets to fund the building of a new temple here, for which I will heal the populace of this village.
Yes, that's
Give
right.
me a
Put
help.
the money in the box.
Several of the townspeople gather up and drop coins into a box at Mr. Averlane's feet. Mr. Averlane looks over at the lieutenant. The lieutenant sighs, and then he calls out in broken English, Now, Mr. Averlane. Well, the governor and the commandante have given you permission to remain in the village and conduct your religious mission, as you described it. You have not yet been given permission to disrupt the working day with your demonstration.
You see, I see it less of a interruption as it is a compliment too. You see, by filling these people's hearts with the joy and light of Allah and Yahweh, I believe that they will work harder for you, sir. They will work with a sense of purpose in their eyes.
He brushes his right hand in the air, scoffing, and he says, "Well, you may as well make yourself useful. I was just escorting these new arrivals to the palace now. Come along and we will find something for you to do that can actually contribute to this."
As I turn to him, I look at the others. I was like, "I know. What sort of man of Jabberwocky you guys now?"
I point to our new actor guy whose name I've already forgotten. Going, don't look at me. This one's all on him.
Oh, my knee!
For the moment, I will. It seems that you have a member in need of healing.
Yes, I was about to point that out. Clark de Haviland, will you allow this nutcase attempt face healing on the graze in your lower leg?
Nutcase, sir, nutcase. If you're going to attempt a loving repair of my beautiful knee, I need you to just say that I'm the best actor you've ever seen, and then you can heal me. My ego is...
I was
gonna say, I'm looking at him going.
I put
Oh,
my
that
hand
real
on the
performance
side of
like
his
that,
head
you
and I
might be
look him into
close.
the eyes. Do you give yourself to Allah, Yahweh, and the
Oh my
protocols
God.
I'm therein? Do you give yourself over? I can heal you, but you need faith.
I have faith in the silver screen. I know what you like. Go for it, Pendango.
Jesus Christ.
What
All
is
right.
going on?
It seems you are not a man of little faith and weight. How about a wager?
Ooh.
If
For my
I
mirror?
can heal your wounds, you will put me on screen. Create
Ooh.
a film about the journeys of Yahweh and Allah.
Oh, I a bit controversial. I don't know if the production
All
crew
right.
would like it. Wait. I have it. How about we do it on Yahweh? And that is it.
Ooh,
Trying
muddle
to
on the
play it
details a
safe.
bit later. But first, I put my hands on his legs and I go, praise to be to Allah, Yahweh, and the protocols of Zion therein. I pronounce this man healed.
Yes.
I'm just sort of half looking at everyone else going, anybody have any popcorn on them? Anyone?
Hallelujah.
That's how it's pretty much working, isn't it?
Actually, I'll leave it out to you.
The onlookers stare, not daring to look away, and suddenly the wound on Clark de Havilland's leg appears to be healed. Everyone in the audience gasps, and David's two concubines swoon, pretending to faint into his arms.
Can Agent Blackstone do an occult check to himself to see if that was...
He can. Please make an occult check, Agent
So
Blackstone.
look at the priest go, my God, he's a better actor than you are, Clarky.
Unfortunately, that's a fail.
Yeah, there must be some trick here going on. You have no way to determine what it is. By the way, it's very convincing.
Actually, may I perform an occult check?
Go ahead.
Oh wait, never mind. I don't have a call. I thought I did.
No, that's okay. After the crowd is dispersed, David Averlane and his two concubines join the group, and you are escorted to the palace. The military governor of Isla de Pascu is Capitan Manuel Cuera of the Chilean Navy. As he leans across his desk, you see patches of silver hair marking his temples. He is 42 years old, according to the ID he briefly shows you. Yet he is still what some would term as handsome. He quickly states that he's been posted to this island for 12 years. He gives off an air of pompous arrogance to you, and appears to make a great show of doing things efficiently as he directs you to chairs and begins mulling through paperwork at his desk. He studies you briefly for a moment. Then he looks up, and in heavily accented English, he asks for your passports. You hand over your passport.
Yeah, I present my passport to him.
Yep.
I don't believe I actually have a passport.
Yeah, no, you're exempt because you've somehow got to the time without them checking. But everyone else hands over their passports. He takes them wordlessly, gathers them in a pile, and then he studies each visa. After a time, he gets up, turns to the typing instrument behind him, and sends 2 radiograms. For an hour or so, uncomfortable silence exists in the office. Pereira turns to other work, seemingly ignoring you. Then, finally, there is a knock on the door, and the lieutenant returns, bringing replies via radiogram. He hands the pieces of paper to Pereira, who quickly reads them. Then he dismisses the lieutenant, clears his throat, looks up at you, and says, "Well, your visas appear to be in order. However, you should have told the consulate that you intended to supply your own transport. Our visitors usually arrive on the supply ship.
We weren't aware of that.
He frowns and he says, well, it would have saved us a lot of hassle. He says, nonetheless, we should get to business.
There are many paths along God's road. They have been delivered here.
He just looks over and glares at David Adams, giving a silent warning. And then he raises his right hand, making a gesture. The lieutenant grabs a pot of coffee off a nearby counter, begins to pour a mug of coffee for each of you, including Captain Pereira. Captain Pereira barks an order in Spanish, an order that Agent Blackstone and Ethan understand to be an order for a stenographer. The stenographer comes in. He pulls out a folding seat in front of you all, sits down at the side of Pereira's desk, and pulls out a typewriter. Once the typewriter is set up, the stenographer gestures towards Pereira. Pereira clears his throat. He then addresses the captain and says, Sir, you have been accused of being Senor Carl Stanford. I will ask you now, are you in fact that man?
I am not. I am Captain Christopher Jones.
Very well, he says. The stenographer types out your response. He then swallows and he says, tell me, have you ever spent any length of time in the Chilean town of La Calera?
Did we?
No, you haven't.
Okay. So we've been so many places I can't remember. No, sir, I have not.
The stenographer copies down your response. Pereira says, do you know either a Rita Oldu or a Carmen Pinos Perez? And did you interact with either of them on the night of the 14th in La Calera?
Did I? No.
You did not.
Okay, so, God damn. I really should be writing shit down. No, sir, no.
He looks at you for a moment while the stenographer copies down the response. And then he says, very well. I will ask the same questions of each of you. Do you all maintain that you have never been to this location or associated with either of these two women, and that your name, and that you are not, in fact, the man Carl Stanford?
I am not. I'm going to keep repeating this. I am not. And as far as I'm aware, none of my compatriots have ever been to this place that you ever speak of.
Agent Blackstone says that he is not this man, nor has he seen these two people, but where he has been in his past is clearly confidential.
The stenographer types up each of your responses and then formats the paper, pulling it out of the typewriter and handing it to Pereira. Pereira studies it for a moment and he says, very well. I'm satisfied for the moment that neither of you is Carl Stanford and that you are not responsible for the murder of two previously unidentified women on the night of the 14th in La Calera. Finally, for matters of formality, I will ask you if there is anyone present in Chile who may provide a character reference for you.
The only person that we know is Mr. David.
Do you give him the details for David Lee? Alternatively, if you would like to avoid doing this, Agent Blackstone, you may attempt a law check to confidentially send him along semi-official channels that will basically get him satisfy
Basically their dossiers?
Yeah, that'll satisfy his curiosity that your group is here for legitimate reasons.
I would just like to technically point out of character. technically, I'm here, aren't I? And I could provide.
Okay, you are.
Yeah, that's what we were talking about.
Yeah. But would you like to say David Averley?
Or would Clark de Havilland have a Chilean release for one of his films, and they could recognize him from that?
You may make
A collective sigh in the room.
It's not. This is not a time me saying, "Hey, this is me." I'm just saying you may have seen it.
You may make
It's
a
not to be-
cinema check, please. You may make.
It's
a
not
cinema
to shoot me in the other knee. Just point.
Go
yeah,
ahead,
yeah.
make a cinema check.
I would like to try, but I
Oh,
failed, but
no.
can I push that or not?
What the
Yeah,
hell?
you may push it, but either if you like to push it.
I'll push mine.
I'll push mine.
That
Oh
was,
no!
What the hell?
Stop.
Just stop, everyone. Just
Fuck,
stop.
For God's sake. Just give it a rest, mate.
I had to push mine, and I got a 2, so that's a critical pass.
Alright. Lucky. Very lucky.
Yes.
Freaking murder starts on my dice rolls.
So, Clark de Havilland, you quickly rattle off a list of your film contacts. Grant Winwood, Jacob Hancock, the famed recently deceased director Eric von Barnstein. However, the Capitan Pereira has not heard of any of them, and he appears very insulted as you rattle them off. He cuts you off mid-sentence and says, "Sir, I bid you to be quiet or I have you detained."
Wow, okay,
Meanwhile-
you went very, very nice on him, considering he failed to push.
That's Remy Party.
Oh, yeah.
And meanwhile, Agent Blackstone writes a phone number on a piece of paper. Phone number that will put this man in contact with Agent Arkin, and says this man will tell you everything you need to know. Pereira takes it. He appears to be satisfied. Clears his throat again, and he says, "Now, gentlemen, I wish to know what business brings you to this godforsaken island, and how long you wish to stay. The timing of your arrival, and the extraordinary kidnappings here, and the mysterious expedition of the murderous Carl Stanford and the 88 other members of his party begs my interest, and is clearly within my responsibility and authority. You will tell me the truth without decoration. How are these events connected?"
Well, you see, I'm a part pilgrim, part missionary, part holy man. I bring to these parts hope in the face of despair, light in the face of darkness. That is my mission here. I wish to continue, sir.
He says, "Very well. I know why you are here, Mr. Everleen. As I recall, your visa has it written right there, religious activities. However, continue to proselytize during the work day, and I shall have you and your followers expelled from the island. As for the rest of you, if you would mind indulging me, what is the connection between Carl Stanford, the recent disappearances, and your arrival on this island?"
I just lean a little bit closer off my chair, like, not so much that would be threatening, just more like leaning in to start to tell a story. Like, how much do you know about the occult?
Okay, but I also point out of character that have not. This is the first you've heard of any disappearances, by the way.
What was that, sorry?
I'll point out also that this is the first you've heard of any disappearances.
Yeah, I was going to bring that up.
Yeah. He leans forward and he says, "The occult. You know, black magic and voodoo and all that. Tosh, what about it?"
Yes, I've been on this, me and my new comrades, me personally, I've been chasing down this, source, if you will, to stop a great evil from, rising up in this world, and the journey has led us all here to your town.
Make an occult check, please.
Oh,
Or you may have Agent Blackstone substitute his, if you like.
Oh, that would be great. I don't have a cult.
My occult's not great, but it is better than the 5% chance.
Yep.
that
I'm just not going to bother trying.
At this point, you're just in here for the ride.
Pretty much.
That is, no.
Oof.
That was
you
a
like-
55.
Would you like to push it?
I'll try to push it. Do I have any good graces for sending through the files?
Yes, you do.
Oh.
So if you push it, you may do it with advantage.
Oh, nice.
Oh, okay, yes, may as well try that. No, that was even worse. And... yes, it's a pass!
Oh, fantastic.
Ah.
Yay!
Oh, phew, that's 11, so that's just a pass.
You take over from the captain, and you tell him that you've come here in search of Carl Stanford and an occult group that he leads called the Silver Twilight. You tell him a little about its blasphemous and murderous intent, and explain that you are participants in an international effort against the cult. As you do not have any Cthulhu mythos, you do not describe any of the true goings-on, but you repeat basically everything that Agent Tarkin has informed you about Captain Christopher's recent travels. Upon hearing that you are part of an international task force of sorts chasing a cult, Pereira seems to loosen up quite a bit. He smiles, and you get the impression that he likes this international angle because it promises to bring him onto a larger political stage he has long craved. He smiles, and he says, "Very well, then. I believe the recent disappearances on the island are in fact connected to Carl Stanford, and if you are correct, this murderous cult has something to do with it. Therefore, I will give you free reign of the settlement and the island, so long as you promise not to interfere with any of the natives' work, do not disturb the farming, and do not disturb any of the sheep that are grazing here."
But of course. Now, if you will, I have a few questions I'd like to ask as well.
He says, "Yes, go ahead."
You mentioned disappearances.
He says, "Yes, indeed. The disappearances began only a few days ago, in fact." He says, "So far, 9 people are missing. All those missing been camped in the hills at the Maui statue site, the base of the volcano. All of the people so far have vanished without a clue. Searchers found their tents and cold fires. The native residents who disappeared were bearers and diggers. Sheep ranchers were tending their flocks nearby the site, and a couple of my sailors had been investigating a sheep kill and were returning at night.
So,
There are also 2 members of an archaeological dig team who went missing. The leader of that team, Professor Messridge from Miskatonic University, is still in town, and in fact, he reaches over, grabs a piece of paper and scrawls something down. Here is a note of introduction in case you would like to question him yourself. He is currently housed in temporary housing just across the way after you exit the palace."
thank you very much. I just got one more thing. Sailing to the island. We managed to. I don't really know what to call it. These weird people jumping off a cliff and swim. What's the name of the island they swam to?
Moto Nui.
Some like 3 or 4 people jumping off a cliff and swimming to the Motunui Island.
Tell him of what you saw at Birdman's Cliff. You also mentioned the strange blue lights you saw.
Yes.
He raises his eyebrows and he says, The figures you saw, I cannot account for, but these strange lights have been appearing fairly often recently, perhaps coinciding with the beginning of the disappearances. Some of the native villagers know more. They graze their sheep out of the village limits and in the shade of the volcano, and it has been mostly they who have reported these sightings. If you could get them to open up and question some of them, I'm sure you would find out more.
Also, is there any importance to the Motunui Island? Because we saw them swim there and they didn't seem to emerge.
He says, well, I'm not one for local geography or folklore. If you're interested in such matters, you should inquire with Father Padre, the local priest. He has collected a number of books on the local folklore and has taken a personal interest in it, as well as several local customs. He may be able to answer your questions there.
Well, thank you very much for your time and allowing us to explore this island, and I promise we're going to get to the very bottom of this. One more favor to ask, can we, I know he hasn't set off the world's best impression. If we could stick, I just point to Clark, our actor friend to a hospital for the night.
He looks him up and down and he says, I dare say he needs no hospital. There's some blood on his clothes there, to be sure, but it appears he has suffered no wound at all.
Was there an exit wound by any chance on the gun?
I believe it was a graze.
Oh, just a graze. Okay.
But it appears that whatever Mr. Abilene
I could use first aid to check to see how he's looking.
Yeah, go ahead, make a first aid check.
Alright.
That's a...
Oh, you're rolling for it.
Yeah, it's a hard pass.
You are astounded, for there appears to be no wounds there at all. And as you look up, you see David Abilene smiling at a grin.
Okay, well, just scratch that one, but I do promise we will get behind whatever's going on here. If we...
Captain...
we will do our best to work cooperatively with you if you would pay us the same kind.
He nods and he says, very well. Do as you wish. Just obey the rules of the settlement. He gestures towards a plaque on the wall behind his desk. I will put it up in the chat so you can see it. He gestures towards the rules for visitors. That while in the village, you must abide by a 9 p.m. curfew. No firearms are allowed on the island. They are to be surrendered against their return upon departure. The military garrison is essential to national duty. No sailors or soldiers are to be interrupted. And information of any criminal activity must be reported to Captain Pereira immediately. He says, I notice you have come armed. Given you shall be investigating the disappearances, I will allow you to retain your firearms. However, they must be holstered at all times whilst in the village limits.
But of course.
He says, and I ask that you keep Mr. Film Star out of trouble here. And, he then glares at David Abilene, and I would ask you keep an eye on the charlatan here so that he does not attempt to magic your money out of your wallet, as he has no doubt already attempted to do.
Yep. Gonna keep a well-focused train on him.
He claps his hands, he reaches for a cigar, lights it up, and then he gestures for you to leave his office. You exit out into the village of Penguaroa. This section of the village houses some 200 Chileans, foreigners and their families. Most of the buildings here belong to the government. Barracks for the garrison.
Okay, Dale, sorry to interrupt. I was just gonna say, the ocean noise was a nice touch for this.
Yes, I know. I thought you'd like that. Barracks for the garrison, administration officers, and so on. The remainder of the buildings house the families of the officers and some of the civilian sheep ranchers. Besides living quarters, there are 3 large warehouses in the government sector on the east side of town, a small church, presumably where you could find padre, and a government-run general store. 5 soldiers stand on guard at the front and back gates of the village, seemingly at all times, each of them armed with bolt-action 30-06 rifles with bayonets strapped to them. You have several options for conducting investigations. You may attempt to question some of the locals, see what they know about these figures or strange lights. You may visit Professor Methridge at the public housing, which is also where you will be staying for the duration of your visit. Or you may visit Father Pedro at the church and see what he knows about the local folklore.
I would like to visit the priest if I can.
All right. What is everyone else's line of investigation?
Well, I'd also like to extend a welcome out to my new and improved place of hospitality.
Very well. So the priest for you as well. All right.
Agent Blackstone goes with the captain.
Yep. So you're 3 to the priest so far.
Perhaps,
Ethan,
Captain, you'd like to imbibe of the herbs of divine revelation again.
Ugh. I will not touch it with
Yeah,
anyone else's pole. That is no.
I'll take a swing of that if you don't mind.
Ethan, Chauncey, and Clark. Where would you like to go? Are you all going to go to the priest, or would you like to go try one of the other avenues?
I might try one of the other avenues, actually.
Yep. So would you like to speak to the locals, or see what Professor Methridge has to say?
So, Professor Methbridge, I'd say.
I might have a chat with some locals since I can.
Yeah, I was going to say the locals as well.
All right. We shall first go with Professor Methridge then. You bid farewell and say that you will meet in the temporary housing for hours to go over what you've learned so far. Clark, de Havilland, you head towards the temporary housing, which is a large brick building, essentially divided into a small kitchenette, a shared bathroom, and a large open room with several cots for visitors. Most of these already occupied by Professor Methridge and his archaeological team. They are the only ones in attendance, and so you already know who to speak to. You walk over to where Methridge and his students are seated at a small plastic folding lunch table, currently enjoying a brief early afternoon meal. Methridge is a thin, intense man, about 50 years old. Presently, he is much troubled by the loss of several of his group, and this is written in the lines of his face. As you take a seat, he looks up at you, but makes no indication that he recognizes you. However, his students, their eyes go wide as soon as you sit down, and one of the female students, a blonde-haired girl of about 19 or 20, blushes as you sit down beside her. She basically vibrates with enthusiasm, but doesn't say anything. Professor Methridge notices that his students suddenly seem to be riled up. He finishes chewing the mouthful of food he's currently working on, and he says, well, we have a visitor, and it appears that he is already known to my students. He holds out a hand. He says, welcome, friend. I'm Professor Winthrop Methridge from Miskatonic University.
Oh, hello, Professor. I am the clerk. You know who I am. But you don't know why I'm here, do you?
As soon as you say that you were Clark, not even your full name, the blonde-haired girl gasps and nearly falls off her chair, and then she timidly pushes a textbook towards you with a pen just lined on it. Several other students lean in. trying to listen in on whatever conversation you have with their professor with rapturous attention. The professor says, Clark, yes? Clark, and what do they call you for your last name?
De Havilland.
As you
Grinning
say,
sheepishly.
De Havilland, all of the students gasp. And then, as the professor looks at you with a puzzled look on his face, the blonde-haired girl peeks up and says, "The film star, Clark De Havilland!" You
Yes,
nod,
the one and only.
you nod in confirmation, and the professor says, "Oh, a film star. Well, this is certainly an odd place to visit then. What has brought you down to Easter Island, may I ask?"
Well, I got myself mixed in with a new traveling compatriots, and they have a bit of a fascination for the occult. So if you please, just fill me out with the relevant details or get my script to get on with my show. I need to know about occult, missing people, and everything else. If you please.
I'd like you to make a charm check with advantage, please.
Oh, my goodness. Alright. How much are we reckoning at this time?
Oh god.
Didn't we say we'd all be keeping an eye on the actor, and now we've just let him go off by himself?
Pretty much. Pretty much.
I don't
Oh.
recall making such a deal.
Oh.
That was your bit.
Well,
I
it's
didn't
already
think you
apart.
No, pass.
The professor leans in and he fills you in on the details as his students listen on with bated breath. We landed as a team on the island 3 months ago after gaining full permission from the Chilean government to conduct excavations here. We then surveyed the island, a large job that took about 6 weeks. After that, exploratory trenches were dug in likely spots, including an old funeral monument and an abandoned village. At 2 locations, we made most interesting finds. At the site of the abandoned village east of the volcano, we found a layer of burned material 2 feet under the surface. This evidence of a large fire there several thousand years ago is noteworthy because there is little vegetation on the island that may eliminate a forest or bushfire as the cause. The greater find, of course, took place at the funeral structures about 3 miles north of the village. The structures are each a ramp made of stone with a platform at the high end of the ramp holding 3 of the strange stone heads for which this island is famous. The natives call the structures the Ahu Mawai. This particular Ahu Mawai we were working on was in total 50 yards long, 43 yards wide, and 7 yards high. Each individual statue of Ahu Mawai is about 20 feet tall, give or take. In measuring the site, one of our graduate students stumbled upon a hidden crack, which had opened to reveal a hollow interior, a sort of catacomb. This catacomb contained 16 mummified bodies standing in the niche. A vase and 3 statuettes were also discovered there. A few hours after we broke earth on this discovery is when the kidnappings began. Those who disappeared include 2 members of my archaeological team, 3 native islanders, 2 shepherds, and 2 naval sailors from the Chilean military garrison. These seemingly random disappearances occurred the night after the discovery of the statuettes and the clay vase. The finds had fishman motifs and similar graphical references, a theme unknown before on Easter Island. I would like you now, Clark De Havilland, to do an appearance check, please.
What check?
Appearance.
APP.
Oh, no, disappearance check.
Yes, the PP.
Oh, that's a more than hard pass.
There you go, bud. There you go.
Professor seems to be considering something for a moment, and he says, "I'll tell you what. If you promise to return them, you can have a look at the artifacts yourself. Maybe cross-reference them with with those in your group. See if you can glean anything from them."
I think I shall.
We thought them to be quite a strange find for Easter Island. The motifs do not match anything we know about the traditional customs or beliefs here. He gestures to one of the students, who gets up, crosses over to one of the cots, opens a metal footlocker at the edge of it, and carries over a small cloth backpack. You open it up, and inside you find 3 statuettes, clay pots. The statuettes are nearly identical. Each is about a foot high, depicting a humanoid figure. There is webbing between the fingers and toes. The face and head are vaguely human. The eyes and mouths of the figures are large and frog-like. The ears have extremely long lobes. I'd like you to make a Cthulhu Mythos check, please. Class to have a land.
Oh god, Archie, why?
That is not a pass, I believe.
Oh god.
Because you only know a little bit. Yeah, you only have 10. Would you like to push it, though? There's no
I'd like to push it.
failing to push here. Go ahead.
Alright.
Oh.
31. You can't determine what the statuettes depict. They appear to be humans with very fish-like features. The other artifact is the clay vase. The vase is decorated with the picture of a crouching man facing another crouching figure resembling the 3 statuettes. Between them is a strange design, what appears to be some sort of stone monument. You look here inside the vase, and you see a thin, dried film of a resinous substance covers the interior of the vase. You have no idea what this is.
Can I ask you, can I take it?
You can take it. He's given you permission to take the artifacts. Perhaps someone else in the group will be able to glean something from them. As far as you're concerned, you're unable to determine what any of this stuff is.
Well, I'll just take everything and I'm probably best going to go on my way. Because there's not much else I can really sort here.
You quickly thank him for his time and then sign the girl's book, pressing it
And
into
brush
her
my
hand. Brush your locks away and press the book back into her hand as she blushes and then her eyes roll back to her head and she falls unconscious into the arms of one of the students next to
My hero!
You place your stuff down on one of the pots and then leave the housing area, taking a seat on a stone bench outside as you wait for the others to finish conducting their investigation. Next up, we will have Agent Blackstone talking to the natives.
I thought Blackstone was with me.
Oh wait, no, yeah, Blackstone is with you.
Yeah.
Sorry, we'll go to Ethan and talk to the villagers. Ethan, you make your way through the village towards the native section. About 1,100 Easter Islanders live here in small huts, each with a vegetable garden in front. On the east side of the native section is a large tilled area where these quiet people grow their staples, sweet potatoes. Part of the village fronts on the beach, where the villagers keep small fishing boats bobbing in the waves, another important source of food. These people live in apparent poverty, with little proper clothing. Many of the residents that you can see wear cast-offs from the military section. There are several of them going about their business, tending to the crops on the edge of the village, while others repair clothing or fences, or drag in fish from the boats and process them, cutting out the guts and bones. No one appears to look at you as you enter. Foreigners entering this section must be a common sight by now. I would like you, please, to make a Spanish check.
Fun. That's an 8, so it's just a critical pass.
Just a critical pass. Lovely.
No, just a critical pass,
amigo.
nothing big.
Hola, mi amigo.
You walk up to a group of villagers and strike up a conversation, exchanging pleasantries at first, just enough to get them to ease up around you before you start engaging them with the serious questions. You learn a little bit about life on the island, that this native village was here long before the Chilean government arrived and begrudgingly the natives who live here are now beholden to the rule of the Chilean military, essentially being used as free labor to grow crops and perform other hard work for the colonists and military settlers. I would like you please to make an appearance check with advantage.
That may as well as this. Or just.
Hey, you're with me as well, aren't you?
Yeah.
Alright, that's gonna be that's just a regular pass for me. Wait, do you even speak Spanish?
I don't, I'm just sick.
Fake it till you make it.
Yep. Oh,
Yeah.
yes, you're there too, Chauncey. I thought you were off to go and... Yeah, sorry, Chauncey.
Um,
Chauncey, you may also make an appearance check with advantage then as well, if you're there. I thought you went to the priest.
No. That is just a pass.
Okay,
I believe
pass.
in appearance of it.
Yes.
Oh, sorry, appearance. Yes, that's a hard pass actually.
The villagers appear to quickly warm up to you, and you quickly find that despite their worn down, almost primitive appearance, they appear to be jovial, kind, and helpful, unlike some of the descriptions you heard from the Chilean military. You quickly ask them a few questions about the disappearances, and they inform you that several of the sheep ranchers and farmers have seen strange blue lights on the slopes of Rano Raraku volcano during the last 2 weeks, usually at intervals of 3 days and around midnight at each time. They also tell you that on a couple of occasions, the ranchers have tried to get close in order to investigate, and they tell of figures standing around circles of stones on the side of the volcano, particularly a place on the side of the volcano known as the Watcher's Circle, performing some sort of ritual and chanting. However, they stop short of telling you anything further about what they witnessed in the ritual or what they could remember of the chant itself. What would you like to do?
It's honestly one of those, I don't know, I never thought I'd get this.
Well, you've heard the name the Watcher's Circle. So would you please like to make an archaeology check, Ethan?
Does it do that? Archaeology, there it is. And that is a pass.
So you've heard of several of these places on Easter Island. Watcher's Circles, usually built into the side of cliffs or mountainsides. The local belief is that if you stand in them, you will be granted wisdom, divine wisdom, and find what you seek. However, more conventional knowledge suggests that these are simply, due to their height and vantage point, good lookouts where you could probably get a look at other portions of the island to determine the entrances to caves and the curvature of the hills and cliffs and other things like that.
Decent lookout point or potentially eternal wisdom. Both are good options. Let's do that.
Yes, I agree.
Chauncey, if you would like to push for them to, if you would like to push the villagers further and try to get them to see if maybe they could repeat what they heard of the chant, I would like you to make a fast talk or persuade check.
Got a little bit of persuade, so
I can do fast talk.
Ah, yes, fast talk of 50. Would you like to do that?
Oh, I would. a 27. So that's basically just a case of, oh, come on, you could tell me. I'm not going to tell anyone else.
Alright, that is a pass. You push further, and you notice several more of the villagers gather around, and they begin to hint that they know more than they're letting on, but they'd like to get something out of the equation. I'd like the both of you to make credit rating checks, please.
Fair enough. That's a hard pass.
That is a fail.
A hard pass and a fail, that'll even out to 2 passes. The villagers gather around, and based on your appearance and the equipment you have with you, they seem to gather the impression that you're quite well off, and they begin demanding donations for food and clothing, eventually settling on a donation of $10 for the whole village.
Oh no, $10 dues.
So
$5.
$10 back in like the 1920s, especially to places remote as this, would be a massive amount.
It's like that scene in Eurotrip when they give the guy a nickel.
Yeah, we got $1.70 there, $7.33. What can we possibly buy?
Everything.
So
Absolutely.
Are you happy to pay 5 each, or does someone want to pay 10?
I'm happy to go 5 each if my new friend here is.
Yep.
Alright.
Yeah, just hand it over and go, here you guys go, get yourself something, nice, I guess.
Hands the money to several children who cheer and run off into the village. And then the men who you were talking to silently gesture for their women to leave. The women go back into the ramshackle huts, and the men gather around you, almost forming a circle, drawing in closer until your faces are almost touching.
Oh my.
Then, as you feel their breath bearing down on the back of your neck, they repeat what they heard of the chant. Ahaya and Gaya Voltagan Mingulat Cthulhu Farajim.
Okay.
Oh, no.
I would like both of you to make sen checks, please.
Oh, no.
Oh, really? Is it gonna start already?
Yeah, no, that's
Hang on.
considering what happened to me in the last episode, yeah, no, that's a fail.
That's a fail.
Happy
Alright.
nightmares of potentially walking into Cthulhu's bedroom.
Lose 1d3 sets, please.
That seems fair.
Now I would like the
That
both
was
of
a
you to
3.
make 3. Ooh. Now I'd like the both of you to make Cthulhu mythos checks, please. If you have
I
it.
actually have. I do.
I have
about...
a little bit. Nowhere near as much as Edward, but
Yeah, no. Well, Edward also... Well, we already know what happened to Edward.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's
69.
child.
Hey, I
You may
actually
put some
skimmed.
into
I just skimmed. Pass.
Ooh. Oh, okay. Ethan, you understand the words of the chant, and they send a chill down your spine, bringing back terrible memories of those cramped, dark tunnels beneath the Rubal Khali Desert, where Edward Rivers met his end. The chant is a call to Cthulhu, not a summoning chant, not part of the Raise Rilgith spell, but an entreaty to something, to some entity, to spread the word of Cthulhu.
So less of a summon, more of a booty call. I guess.
What the purpose of this is, you cannot fathom at the moment. Is there anything else you would like to ask the villagers about?
Honestly, I think that's gonna do me. I got a lot more out of this than I was expecting, so just graciously thank them for their time. Gather up my other buddy here and go, yeah, we need to catch up with the rest of the group because that's not good.
No, it is not. Meanwhile, the rest of the group are visiting Father Pedro at the local church. A small stone and brick affair with a cheaply made crucifix stapled to the front facade. As you approach it, David Aveline chuckles under his breath, and you distinctly hear him whisper, "Call that a compound."
Oh, Jesus. Oh, no. Oh, yeah, I'm dumb. Just open the door, or just lock knocking it.
You open the vast wooden doors of the church. They creak loudly as they are pulled open, and you step inside into a building that does not purvey the usual majesty of a place of worship. Instead of pews, there are only 2 or 3 wooden benches and a makeshift altar just behind them. The entire back of the building is instead made up of some sort of makeshift living area with a small kitchenette, a bed, a bookshelf, a couch, and a table. The table currently occupied by Father Pedro, a man of about 50 years old, very obese, and currently busy with a meal. He looks up at you as you approach and finishes chewing his food. He raises out a hand in greeting, and in very broken English, he says, "Ah, hola! It is the other holy man, the one who has, the, touch of, wife's beauty. No, reproduction, I say." Gesturing towards David Aveline.
I was like... Is Tom still there?
Yeah, Tom, you there? Alright, give him a sec. David Aveline says, a touch of reproduction, thoughtfully, as he looks at his hands. His 2 female disciples giggle. You get the impression it's not meant to be a compliment. He's merely speaking in very bad English. It's a good thing you brought J.K. Blackstone along with you. J.K. Blackstone, I would like you to make a Spanish check, please.
A Spanish check. Okay. Hold on, what is my Spanish? I need to get my sheet back up. Can I... Fuck. I got 39.
I don't know, can you
31.
fuck?
And you can either push it and risk saying the wrong thing, or you can spend some luck.
What did you say about my cow?
Oh, you know what? Fuck, I'm gonna push it.
Alright, go ahead.
That was a 33. I'll use 2 luck to get 31, which is what my Spanish is.
You pull out one of the chairs that scrapes across the wooden floor. You sit down, reach into the breast pocket of your black suit, and show him your bureau badge. You introduce yourself.
Yep. Tom's sleeping. I just heard a snore.
Yes, I did too. Yep. You introduce yourself in Spanish, and introduce the rest of your group, and quickly explain why you are here. You're looking into the disappearances, and on the trail of Carl Stanford and his group.
Sorry.
Hey, Tom, wake up!
Wake up, Tom. Everybody's wiggling.
I was about to say what did I miss, but clearly Tom fell asleep.
That's
Yeah,
right.
Okay, buddy.
Tom, as you entered the church, the priest looked up to you, and in very broken English, he said, "Ah, hola. It is the holy man with the touch of, how I say, a reproduction." And your disciples giggled sheepily at this. How did you respond?
I have many gifts and bring many gifts from God, Allah, and Yahweh into this land, and in return I'm watered by God and God alone. With gifts to bestow upon those.
So you add to Agent Blackstone's introduction and say that you've come here because you wish to learn more about the folklore of the island so that you may better serve them as a spiritual guide. And I would like you, David Aveline, to please make either an occult or a fast talk check. And remember, you do have your 2 disciples if you'd like them to substitute a role for you.
Nope. Well, fuck that up.
Oh, yep. 1D00, that ain't gonna make it.
That is a hard pass on
Hard
fast talk.
Nice.
On fast talk. You give him your best speech about how you want to guide those on the island to spiritual fulfillment. A man of God would be no better aid than understanding how the folklore of this island works. Father George says in English, you wish to know about the folklore? Yes? And then in English he says, the stories of the drunk times.
Story of the drunks?
He chuckles, he says, sorry? I did not say right. I meant, you know, the stories of thing in the sky that you say when you drink the volatiles, yes.
Do you mean the blue lights?
He simply smiles and says, see. He continues on in Spanish, talking mainly so that J.K. Blackstone has to act as an interpreter between you two. He informs you that he is first and foremost a practical man. He studies legends and histories, not because he believes in them, but because he wishes to understand the people better. He gestures to the bookshelf opposite where he is sitting and says, my collection of texts on Easter Island. If any of you have a keen eye for reading, feel free to browse, and you never know what you may find. So anyone who has library use may attempt library use to look through the book.
That's just intelligent. Yeah, half intelligence.
Half intelligence.
I have 42 half intelligence, so I'll attempt it.
Yep. What about David Aveline?
Oh,
David
God.
Aveline.
Did he go to sleep again?
I believe Tom may need some coffee.
Yeah.
No, Tom's here. Sorry, he's just having some issues with the internet now.
Okay.
Oh, good.
Yep.
Oh, good.
All right, David Aveline, I would like you or one of your disciples to do a library use check, please. And I would also like Agent Blackstone to do another Spanish check.
I hope this one's better.
Don't think it's going to be me. I don't think any of my disciples know how to use a library, or myself.
All right, so just Christopher in that case.
I don't need a library.
Alright. Oh, that is a 40, so yep, that's a pass.
All right.
That's a fail, but I'll try to push it. Because
Yep.
he's hoping. Oh, that's better. That is a hard pass.
All right. So now that you've passed that Spanish check, I'd like you to do an occult check with advantage.
Okay. Okay. Oh. 19. Yeah, I got a 19, which is just a pass.
Okay. So, as Christopher goes through Father Pedro's collected writings, you engage him on topics of the occult and folklore, with David Aveline and his disciples occasionally pitching in with contributions that essentially amount to nothing, but use a lot of religious buzzwords that sound sound like they mean something. Father Pedro, first and foremost, dismisses the reports that the locals have had of the strange lights and the figures seen around Ranu Cow. He says to you in a low tone of voice, "These are merely examples of the general superstitions of mankind. It would be nothing more than a low, fast-moving cloud combined with the active imagination of illiterate men. I am confident that there is a logical, though possibly criminal reason for the current disappearances. However, you latch onto this topic, engage him more, and begin talking about the people of the island in general and their superstitions, and you gain 3 pieces of information from him. That until the coming of the Chileans and the Catholic Church, the islanders worshipped Marte Marte, a pagan fish god of creation. A religious cult once lived on the island that died out many years ago. It involved some form of birdmen, carvings of which can be seen on rocks all over the island. It was called the Tangata Manu, the cult of the Birdman. When the Tangatu Manu wished to elect a new priest, the aspirants would line up on the cliff of the Birdmen at the base of Ranu Kano, dive into the water on a signal, and swim to the small island of Motu Nui, which has religious significance. The first man to reach the island became the new priest. So now I would like Agent Blackstone and or our religious guru or his disciples here to make a history check.
I have a 20 in history, so if that's better than the religious man.
All right. What do you have, Aveline, in history?
I have history, nothing.
What do your disciples have?
Kung fu skills and
And katana skills.
yeah, and car mechanic skills.
All right. I'll get you to make an intelligence check while Blackstone does a history check, please.
Cool.
Well, I failed that originally, so I'll just, I guess, push it.
That's a failure for me.
Oh.
Would you like to push it, either of you?
Fuck it, why not?
Yeah, I pushed mine and got a hard pass.
Alright, I've passed.
Okay, so as the priest tells you of Make Make, the fish god of creation, and the cult of the Birdman,
Free Mahi
hey,
Mahi.
look it up. It's actually a real Polynesian god.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Huh.
These birdmen cults and carvings of birdmen. You know a little bit about them, enough. Not a whole lot about them, but enough that you've heard them mentioned in some circles, who dispute that they are in fact carvings of birdmen and insist that they are carvings of fishmen. And with the god of creation being a fish, this would be more in line with that belief. Meanwhile, Christopher Jones, you gain three other pieces of information from the books. The first is that the previous inhabitants of the island, the ones who worshipped Maki Maki and the Birdmen, according to local folklore, changed from fish to men within 10 generations. Also, the statues on the island are called Maui statues. Some of them are supposed to have magical powers that protect them, while the others do not and are nearly effaced by the effects of the weather. The most perfect statues, and the ones that appear to have the most power, according to the legend, are those on the slopes of Ranoraraku volcano. The third piece of information is that several hundred years ago, the islanders claimed to have killed off the last remaining remnants of the original fishmen or birdmen that they are descendants of, consecrated them into a layer of dirt to mummify them, and then burnt them to purify that ground. I would like at this time Aveline and Christopher to make a Cthulhu mythos check.
I don't have any.
You should have got some at the end of last session.
I don't think it was mentioned.
Oh, you should have 15.
Can I push
15.
that?
Yes, you can.
Yes, that is a yeah, just normal pass.
Based on your knowledge of the mythos,
No, it's fell for me.
fail, that's okay. Based on your knowledge of the
Actually, wait.
mythos, what the
Push.
yeah, no, just
Still fail.
that's okay. Christopher could tell you this, that based on his knowledge of the mythos, the folklore appears to be describing that the original inhabitants of the island, the fish who became men within 10 generations, this is describing the crossbreeding of deep ones and humans. And after a time, there became a schism between the humans and the deep ones, and so the humans killed all the deep one hybrids, burnt them, and exiled the true deep ones off the island, but continued their religious practices. The Maui statues apparently somehow connected to this. So you have no line of reference for connecting deep ones to stone heads. And with that, if you do you tell the other two about it?
I do, and at this point, I would like to ask Agent Blackstone to translate for me to the priest, so it doesn't come up so much broken English, and tell him about this strange people I saw jump off. Okay, I actually wrote this down. Jump off the cliff of the Birdman and swim to the island of Motinoi.
That's what we just learnt.
Okay.
Was that how they elect the leader of the cult of the Tangjack Manu?
I'm going to pop inside and make myself a cup of coffee. So I think that's
Good
idea.
idea.
Plan.
Yeah. At least according to the folklore. As you ask him if you think that the figures you saw could be related to this, and he simply brushes you off, and as translated through Blackstone, he says it's nothing more than a simple superstition. You must have seen a trick of the light.
I would like to press the issue saying we saw those people and they did not emerge after swimming to the island.
Very well. I would like Blackstone to do a Spanish check, please.
Stop doing this. I'm pushing the luck each time.
Worry about it. It's not like there's a problem if you fail.
Of course not.
Okay, that's a 43, so that's a fail.
What are you doing, Smithy? Writing up an essay?
Sorry, my mouse.
I failed again.
Oh, you failed again.
Failed
Shit.
again. Alright, that's okay. He could still do it with the fail, but I will ask Christopher for an intimidation check at disadvantage, please, because your Spanish is not perfect.
Mi amo es Christopher.
Esplanole.
Okay, that's a pass either way, because the first roll was a 50, and the second roll was a 20, and my intimidation is at 50.
So filtered through Agent Blackstone's imperfect Spanish, you press the priest. He thinks for a moment, and then he leans in and he says, "Look, nonsense I'm telling you. I do not believe in any of this. But I speak a lot to the locals to try to understand them, and they say that a faction of the original Birdmen remains on the island. They are tasked with being messengers for the return of their god, and should they sacrifice something to the Maui statues, they shall pass on the message of their god's return. The locals refer to them as the long ears." He says, "And I will tell you nothing more." He says, "For that is all I wish to know about the local superstition.
Okay, well,
Can
can,
I try and persuade him to tell me who the most knowledgeable in the village is of the cult?
I was just about to ask the same thing.
Yeah. Okay, make a persuade check, please.
Oh, don't fuck me up this time. And that is a... one above a critical, so it's a hard pass.
Oh no.
He says, search out the old man in the village named Tangata Manu. He is named after the cult and claims to be the sole remaining Birdman priest. But I warn you, digging deeper into this idol superstition can only lead to bad things.
Yeah, I think we've seen a lot worse, so throw it at me.
Alright? And so with that, you thank him for your time, and you leave the church. Would you like to seek out this old man?
I
Tangata Manu?
think that might be a good idea.
Very well.
I was the captain, obviously.
God, you're just being paid
All
just
the
to be up my
while
ass,
writing
aren't
in my
you?
notebook.
He's like on your fucking case.
I've
Goddamn
been sent
leech.
by the Bureau to investigate the captain,
what's
as he's
going
the
on?
only person to have survived this long.
Well, that's fair
Yeah,
enough.
I totally don't know that.
Do you wish to go and get the rest of the group? All of you share what you've found so far, and then seek out this guy.
Probably a good idea.
Yeah,
yes.
probably.
Alright?
I like this idea.
As the sky glows red above and the sun begins to set, you head back to the temporary housing structure, reconvene with the rest of the group, cook yourselves a late, simple lunch using the few rations you brought on Christopher's ship and a couple staples purchased from the local general store. And as you eat, you share what you have each discovered in your lines of investigation. At this point, Clark de Havilland shows you the 3 statuettes and the strange clay vase that he obtained from Professor Methridge.
Ooh. Can I have a squiz at those?
Yes, you sure can. I would like, first of all, Ethan to make either an archaeology or a praise check on these.
I can do either one because my skill for those are the same.
Yep. And I would like Chauncey to do a history check on them.
I return with some hot stimulants.
Yeah.
It's a hard
Oh
pass.
my.
You
He
say
has
history.
returned to us. Praise be the man.
Praise be the man. I've returned to continue walking with you through the shadow of the valley.
I was going to say,
Bullshit.
excuse me. Yeah, basically, I come back and start talking to the group, going, so, spoke to the locals, lovely bunch, great kids. By the way, we could be in some deep shit here.
Wonderful.
Okay. So how did you go on your archaeology check?
The hard pass.
And how did Chauncey go on his history check?
You said the history. I don't have it, so
Oh, you don't have it?
I can do history as well if you want.
Do you have archaeology or appraise? Or anthropology, either of them?
no,
I
I've
have
got no-
history.
I've got
I
none of
have
them.
appraise, I have archaeology, I have history. What was the other one you asked for?
Blackstone can do history.
Fair enough.
See here.
Chauncey is but a simple Olympian.
That is definitely a fail.
Alright, that's okay. Ethan, you may do a history check as well there.
Alrighty then. And my skills get to you. That is... Ah, dang, it's a 21, so it's just off a hard pass, so just a regular...
Oh no.
Determined that the 3 statuettes that depict humanoid figures are incredibly old. They are intricately carved with amazing detail that somehow has been conserved over a period dating back, in rough estimates, about 1,000 years. This would predate the original arrival of the Polynesian inhabitants of Easter Island, dating them to someone who lived here long before them. Perhaps the bird/fish men, the ones who turned from fish to men in 10 generations. The vase is the same. However, the vase has signs of recent use. The dried black film taking the inside of it, which appears to be some sort of organic substance. I would now like Ethan, Christopher, and David Aveline to make Cthulhu Mythos checks, please. Oh, and Chauncey as well.
That is a critical pass.
pen.
And that is a pass from me.
And that's a critical pass for me.
And that's a fail.
You know nothing.
Probably for the best, considering what happened to the last guy who knew everything.
Yeah.
The three figurines appear to be the distorted likeness of Deep One. Furthermore, the vase is more fascinating, decorated with a picture of a crouching man facing another crouching figure. Between them is the strange stone design, one recognizable as an amalgamation of both the Disc of Rillier and the Ark of Blackdose.
Oh.
Perhaps painting these Deep Ones as priests of Rillier, or at least holding some significance to determining the date when Rillier shall rise, or attending to the time when it shall rise. I would like the four of you to please make SAN checks.
Mm-hmm.
Oh boy. That's another fail. Shit.
It would help if I rolled with the proper dice. I was like, that's a 90 and a 40. What the fuck?
That's a
There
fail.
we go.
Alright,
That's a pass.
1d3 for failing, 1 for passing, please.
That's a 3.
2 for me.
It's a 1 from 1.
That's a 1 for me.
As you hand the artifacts back to Clark de Havilland, does anyone wish to do anything with the strange black film inside the vase?
I don't have anything that I could do anything with.
So is it just like negative camera film or something?
It's an organic substance. If anyone has occult,
I have a cult.
occult, pharmacy, or chemistry, those are probably.
Okay, well, I'll try an occult. May as well.
That's a fail on a cult.
You may push it.
That is definitely a fail. I will push it.
Hey!
That's a hard pass.
Yeah, I got a hard pass as well.
Chauncey and Blackstone, you identify the black film as the concentrated tar of the black lotus flower, a rare hallucinogen.
Keep it away from the crazy cultist.
Anyone who tastes it will be subjected to extremely vivid, terrifying hallucinations. And it can also be extremely deadly if ingested in the wrong amount.
And it can also grant you 3 mana of any one color.
Yes, it can.
Would you like to try some
Good one,
Captain?
Tom.
In fact, you notice that in this state, if you apply a bit of flame or heat to it, you could probably melt it enough to coat a blade with it.
I was just thinking of doing that.
Or, if you were incredibly stupid, you could turn it into a form suitable for ingestion.
Where's the actor? Where's the actor?
Can I dry it and smoke it?
Okay.
I would like to see if I can coat my fencing.
Yeah, how much of it is there?
Alright. You place it above an open flame for about 10 minutes, and you see the substance begin to congeal. All told, there is enough to coat one blade in the substance. distance,
Oof.
with a little bit left over, which David Aveline quickly claims.
Jim fail all checks and die.
Come on.
It's no longer
This is fine.
it's no longer Cthulhu. It's the flying spaghetti monster. All right. Well, I guess since my blade's already blessed, I guess I'll give the tar to Chauncey.
Yeah.
Alright,
Chauncey.
you coat your blade with it, while David Aveline scrapes the rest out of the vase, puts it in his opium pipe, and begins to impale death. As his two disciples look on rapturously, I would like David Aveline to make a luck check, please.
That's a pass.
You
That's a
don't die.
Okay, nothing appears to happen for about 2 minutes until you feel your heart and lungs tighten up.
Oh my lord, it's coming. Divine revelations upon me.
You take 6 points of damage.
Oh my god.
Oh lord.
Taking half the potion. Taking half the potency of the poison, and then I would like you to make a power check, please.
Oh dear.
That's a pass.
You feel your consciousness waning, and you feel woozy. You clutch your hand to your chest, and then suddenly, to the rest of you, David Aveline falls off his seat onto the dirt floor, unconscious but twitching and convulsing as his two disciples look on, concerned. David Aveline, in your semi-conscious state, distorted visions flow through your mind. You take stock of yourself. You focus on your Lord and try to anchor yourself to them. You see an image. 3 vaguely reptilian, fish-like humanoids dragging a young woman in khakis up a trail towards the foot of a Maui statue. They get to work tying her to the foot of a statue. Then one of them draws a twisted obsidian dagger, uses it to slash her throat, spilling her blood all over the statue. They begin to chant and dance, and as they do, a man in a black hood walks up and begins to read from a book. Enyahaha, Engayayay, Voltangan, Minglaf Cthulhu Fragen. Blue lights emerge from the Maui statue, float up in the air, blue orbs forming the rough shape of a triangle, flicker in the air for about 10 minutes. Then the Maui statue tilts back, and as it tilts back, the blue orbs fly into it, endowing it with a strange energy. Your eyes flicker open. Everyone else is standing around you.
I have had a vision.
You're lucky to be alive, you loony.
A vision of murder.
I'd also like you to make a
Oh,
SAM
that's
check,
fun.
please.
Of course.
Yeah, probably definitely best to do that.
Yeah, that's fine.
Lose 1 SAM, please.
Will do.
So what do you tell the others about your vision?
I've seen a vision. Lead me to the statues.
I was gonna say, I was hoping you'd mention the chanting part so I could confirm. But
Yeah,
never mind, you didn't mention it yet.
Do you actually mention the chanting, or do you just say...
No, I just tell them to take me to the statues.
Alright, how
Oh.
do the rest of you react to this?
Ugh.
Me, being a
Yes, sir.
government official from America, just looks at him in disapproval because drugs are bad.
Winners don't use drugs.
No, not yet. This is, don't forget, this is 1920s, 1930s. We haven't hit the war on drugs yet.
Oh.
Dead.
I'm still a government official.
Cocaine is still basically used as a panacea medical I don't believe weed would have been illegal yet because that didn't happen until.
Cocaine is used in hospitals.
Yeah, no.
No, it's like used in everything.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I'm fine with that. I just wanted to use the line.
Yep.
All right.
Before you have a take me to the stats demand, I believe, as Agent Blackstone simply looks at him disapprovingly. What do the rest of you do?
I'm also taking notes, sorry.
Yeah.
High as fuck.
Just looking around in confusion.
Before you have a chance to decide what to do, notice that the sun has gone even lower. The sky above now glowing a dull purple. As
About how
night
many hours would have been?
You've been out for maybe 10, 15 minutes at most, but
No, I
No,
mean
you're
since we started.
since you arrived about a day,
Cool.
and before you have a chance to do anything, you notice that as the sky above turns from red to purple and slowly to a dull black, and the stars begin to glimmer in the sky, away from the military section of the town, down towards the native huts, you see several of the natives gathering in what appears to be a large circle. And curiously, before you have a chance to get a look at what they're doing, they begin to sing. I would like everyone to make a listen check, please.
That's a pass from me.
That's a fail for
All right,
me.
listen, check.
For me.
That is what's my listen at? What's my listen
Also,
at? Pass.
Mr. Blackstone, not noteworthy. The fuck?
That's a good thing.
That's true, actually. I'd rather not piss off the feds.
Okay. You listen in, and you hear the villagers descend into what appears to be a type of sing-song. Begins shortly before dark falls, and then continues on without a break, just as the sky in the west darkens, and all the stars become visible. The natives break off into song, and as the last rays of the sun disappear beneath the horizon, they stop singing this song entirely and break into a new, very rhythmical song. Something that sounds almost like an incantation. And did you pass your check, Mr. Ethan?
No, unfortunately.
Yeah, so you don't recognize it. However, you all become aware that they are singing. Do you wish to get up and get a closer look?
I might, considering the chant part, that could be problematic.
So whereabouts are we at the moment?
You're in the military compound, basically on a hill overlooking the native part of the village.
Oh.
They're all down below in a big circle, making a weird sing-along that sounds vaguely like an incantation.
All right, so
Yeah, I definitely want to look into
so
this.
we've got the other people in the military compound. Yeah, can I quickly go around and ask if they have a telescope or binoculars?
Look around, and I'd like you to make a luck check, please.
That is a 36, which is a pass.
You manage to find an unused pair of binoculars on one of the folding tables outside the temporary quarters. You pick it up and direct the rest of the party to the top of the hill, taking turns to examine what's going on down below. As you watch, Father Padre eventually emerges from the church, and he simply stands on the cliff looking down at the festivities below. He leans over and he whispers to Agent Blackstone. Every night the natives have a sing-along. They say they have done it since ancient times. They would not tell me its purpose.
Interesting.
With the binoculars, how clearly can I see them?
can see them quite clearly, and aside from having a central bonfire burning in the middle of their village, they're just sort of standing in a circle, not dancing or anything, not even holding hands, just standing there, staring up into the sky, singing, and standing on a sort of wooden podium, directing them, almost like some kind of conductor, is an impossibly old-looking man with tribal tattoos, winding their way down his bare chest.
At this point, this is when Agent Blackstone turns to everyone and goes, "That's probably Tengasa Manu, the last Birdman priest."
Oh, well.
Yeah.
We found him. Have we figured out what they're chanting yet?
As you are closer now, I would like Ethan to make a listen check with advantage.
Oh, that's much better. That's a pass this time.
You recognize the words they are chanting, as does Aveline, recognizing them from his vision. They are not identical to the chant conducted by the cultists, but they are similar. Almost too similar. Only two possibilities come into your mind. That this is a corrupted version of that original chant, has no purpose and has simply become a religious practice after all this time, or it is sort of an accompaniment or even a counter to the real chant.
What do you say? So one group could be trying to summon it, and these guys could be possibly keeping them away.
Well, vice versa.
But there's no way to tell.
Unfortunately, my Spanish incantations to summon eldritch horrors is slightly rusty, so you'll forgive me if I can't tell the difference.
Father Pedro leans in and he says, "I've tried to ask the old man what the purpose of this chant is, but they will not speak to outsiders."
Have I had time to study the Synchrelia spell?
Yes, you have.
Can I quickly look through that and see if there's any similarities in it?
No similarities
Okay,
whatsoever.
okay.
This is definitely not the raising of relic.
Definitely not the raising.
Yeah, or the sinking.
Okay, well, that's
They're
good.
definitely not casting that spell.
Okay.
Is the incantation actually in Spanish, or...?
No, in fact, it appears to be in an unidentifiable language.
His language of Babel, of gods.
Yes, the tongue of Babel. You have two options. You may simply observe this ceremony, or you may risk going down into the village. Ethan and Chauncey managed to make quite an impression on a few of them before, and you could try to question the old man about what exactly is going on.
So do we recognise people that we'd seen?
You recognise, you recognise the villagers you spoke to before, but they're also mixed in with a bunch of other villages. Probably about 1,000 people down there.
Oh, God.
In a circle.
Yeah, it's a big turnout.
The ones that we recognise, are they more sort of in the middle, on the outside?
Scattered at various points around the circle.
So it wouldn't be easy to sort of like make your way through the crowd to those particular people.
Yeah, it'd be quite easy. You'd probably have to break the circle to talk to them. You could also approach the old man directly as he is outside the circle. Or you can simply observe.
I just look over the captain and go, "Well, you were in this with Edward. You know much more about this than I do."
All I know about this is this could either be really bad or really good. You can never tell before it's too late.
Oh, Edward did leave me with some knowledge.
Fans of out-
Do you think
they're not fans
we
of
could
outsiders,
possibly
they're-
use that?
Alright,
Yeah.
I couldn't hear anyone because you were both talking at the same time.
Sorry.
Said that Edward did leave Chauncey with a little bit of knowledge of a particular protection spells.
Oh.
Yes, the Flesh Ward. That's right.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
And it lasts for 24 hours. So, is Chauncey going to cast that now?
Yes.
And what were you saying, M2?
I was gonna say, these guys aren't a fan of outsiders. I don't think they're gonna enjoy a bunch of Yanks running down to try and interrupt what they're doing. As much as I want to know, as well, I get into the thick of this, I feel observation is probably our best bet.
Do you have other avenues do you have other leads you could follow, such as investigating the Maui site where the people have gone missing, or going to the Cliff of the Birdmen and seeing what's going on there? So you don't necessarily have to chase this lead if you don't feel comfortable with it.
Well, I would like to have a look at the Cliff of the Birdman, because, like, I'm very curious about that.
Yes.
Yes.
You are.
The way you said that, then.
Yeah, god damn it, Dale, why?
Alright. So, would you like to just simply observe the ceremony and continue your investigations in the morning?
Yeah.
You've been given a fair bit of information from the priest and the locals.
Yeah, I think I would just observe with the binoculars, like looking all around the village, occasionally looking up at the sky and seeing what goes on.
Yep. Okay. You continue to observe the villagers as they sing. Over the course of the night, they change songs several times, each rendition sounding less like a song and more mechanical and rhythmic. The chanting element takes over until just before 10 a.m. when it abruptly stops. The old man, the priest of the Birdmen, raises his arms and begins shouting to the group in Spanish. Ethan and Blackstone, I'd like you to do listen checks, please.
Listen checks, or...
is Remy still back yet?
I'm back now.
Okay.
Yeah, listen to see if you can hear it. You don't need to do a Spanish check, I'm just doing...
That is definitely a fail. That's probably the worst I can get.
You may...
pass.
Pass. Ethan, you hear the old man deliver a sort of religious speech to the group after the chanting stops. He simply states, "A great evil is loose on the island. There is no time greater than now. Continue your prayers. Pray that we shall prevent the stars from being right. I depart for the place of evil as the sun rises. Keep me in your hearts and keep performing the nightly rites." He shuffles off the wooden podium.
Okay, so I think these guys are on the level. Bit creepy, but at least on the level. We may want to talk to the priest, though, if he's heading to... Oh, well, at least it was a place of evil. They're definitely trying to stop whatever is that's going on out here.
And unfortunately, by only observing the ceremony, you've missed your chance to talk to him.
Oh, shit.
Shit.
But it's okay. It's okay.
You say it's okay,
Yeah.
but then you also say things like, you know, don't worry, it's not like this is going to kill anyone.
You then retire to your cot for the night.
Can I, after the captain retires, can I go to the barracks and try to send a telegram?
Yes, you may. In fact, you are granted... make a law check, please.
That is a pass.
You talk your way into the barracks to send a radiogram to your superior. What do you say?
Send a telegram saying operation proceeding in normal areas. Further investigation needed. Subject not too suspicious as of yet, but situation heating up. Next update soon. If no update, urgent action required.
You send the radiogram, then you retire to your cot. The rest of the night passes quietly, without incident, save for the sounds of the distant birds and seagulls.
I would like to perform a faith healing on myself. Is that possible?
Go ahead. And you also gain 1 HP for sleeping.
Cool. Yep.
Alright.
Wait a second. Oh, fuck, I'll just type it out.
Do you do this in your own private rooms, or are you doing this in front of everybody?
No, I'm doing this in my own private quarters with my...
Yeah, with his 2 concubines.
With his horse.
Let's just put it this way: the ritual's a bit more involved when I'm on my lonesome.
Yeah, fair enough.
Oh no!
All the hell's that?
Oh wow!
Wow.
Missy.
Okay. When you emerge,
I'll be right back, sorry.
you emerge in the morning in the bright, hot, subtropical sun. The compound and the village already busy for the ordinary working day. The farmers already tending their crops. The soldiers and sailors already guarding the entrances and patrolling the seas, searching for Carl Stanford. There do not appear to have been any more disappearances the previous night. You make a meager meal of breakfast and then decide upon your next course of action. So you currently have 2 major leads available to you. You know that the old man has gone to the place of evil. You don't know where that is. You may investigate the cliffs of the Birdman. You may investigate the circle, or the Watcher's Circle on the side of the volcano overlooking the cliff of the Birdman. Or you may investigate the Ahu Maui site, where so far all people have gone missing from.
Alright, at this point, do we still want to, like, split up to divide and conquer, or are we just going together?
It's entirely up to you.
No one's offering any input.
Look, I just flew with the wind. Take me where God takes me to go.
Two groups of 3 may be a good idea. May also be an awful idea. It's entirely up to you.
Well, Captain would very much have a look at the cliffs.
I would like to go investigate the rock in which my visions reveal. See if I can see any.
The Maui statues.
Yes.
All right. So it looks like we are splitting up. So who would like to go with the captain? Who would like to go with Aveline?
Blackstone's going with the captain, obviously.
Chauncey's down to the cliffs.
All right. What does Ethan want? Well,
is muted.
Yeah,
Yep.
That's okay. He'll be back. M1 is having internet troubles. I was trying to.
Oh, sorry, completely forgot I was muted at that point.
Yeah. So who are you heading off with, Ethan?
Well, I'm not particularly fond of the whole splitting bit, but at the same time, those stones seem to have something to do with all of this, so I definitely want to check that out.
All right. 3 groups of 2 then. So we have Ethan and Clark the Haviland checking the circle of stones. We have Christopher and Blackstone checking Birdman's cliff. And we have Chauncey and Aveline checking the Maui statues. All right. Let us first start with the Birdman's cliff. Okay. Christopher and Agent Blackstone, you exit the village after deciding to go your separate ways. You wish each other good luck. You travel south of the village, crossing over barren hills, passing several old religious monuments and weather-worn Maui statues. You walk for several hours, about 3 or 4 hours, passing under the shadow of the great volcano, Rano Raraku, until you come to Birdsman's Cliff, a huge cliff about 30 feet high, overlooking the ocean. Overlooking the ocean, and below you, a sheer drop, almost flat, an almost 90-degree angle face down into the churning waves below. On the horizon ahead of you, you can see the tiny rock island of Motu Rui.
Wonderful.
All right, I'd like to go.
Well, you're not there. You're not going to Birdsman Cliff.
Oh wait, I thought this was the.
No.
This is Birdsman
Yeah,
Cliff.
it's
Oh, okay,
Cliffs.
this is the other one. Okay, I was confused there.
There's walk past. There's Maui statues all over Eastern Island.
Yeah.
Okay, Christopher and Blackstone. Now that you've arrived at this location, as the cold sea wind comes in and batters you on the top of the cliff, as you look down at the churning waves below, what would you wish to do?
I would like to just have a look around, like see if there's anything in the grass or anything on the ground that's possibly there. Like, since we're talking about fish people, like any scales or something. And good lord, I have to turn down that music.
All right, I would like both of you to do survival checks, please.
Oh shit! What's my skill?
Actually, I'd like both of you to make track checks.
Uh,
Actually, no, sorry, just do spot hidden checks.
That's better.
Okay. That's a pass.
To decide what I wanted you to do.
Oh, of course.
Can I push that?
Yes, you can.
That's better. That's a hard pass.
You notice, you look around the tall grass, trying to find anything of note, and you soon discover 3 sets of tracks, looking vaguely human, the feet shaped vaguely like human feet, but webbed, angular and webbed, walking through the dirt and the grass. They reach the edge of the cliff, and then they stop. Of course, you remember the first night you arrived, and you remember the figures leaping into the ocean below, so you know what became of them. However, the real question is, where did they come from? So you follow them a bit along Birdsman's Cliff, and they head further into the island, heading towards the vicinity of the volcano. However, as the grass grows thicker and higher, and the dirt grows muddier, the tracks begin to fade, and it will require either a hard intelligence check or a tracking check to follow them further.
Well,
Don't have.
try and get lucky.
Yeah, I'll have to do the intelligence.
No. I'm definitely a no-no.
There, can I push that?
Yes, you can.
Thank you. Thank you for pushing that. That is a 29, which is just under hard. I mean, just above. Yeah, just under hard.
Okay. You both follow the tracks. They lead uphill towards Ranu Raraku. You follow them. They fade in the mud, disappearing for minutes at a time, then appearing again. There is silence, naught but the distant sound of the waves crashing on the cliffs and seabirds as you follow them, the wind blowing in your face. and clothing. Eventually, the tracks lead to what appears to be a 20 by 15 foot stone platform with a ramp leading up onto the middle of it. On top of the stone platform are 3 Maui heads, their facial features almost scraped off by erosion. The tracks appear to stop at the foot of this ramp leading up onto the platform. This is one of many Ahu Maui sites on the island. Not the one that Aveline saw in his vision, but another just like it, so far undisturbed by Professor Methridge's archaeological team.
Huh, so how many was there? 3 statues?
3 statues, that's right.
3 statues and a platform, and the tracks just stopped.
Yep, the statues are on top of the platform, and there is a ramp leading up onto the platform.
Huh. Okay, yeah, just have a look around and just a sticky peek, if I may.
Alright. I would like you both to please make spot hidden checks with disadvantage.
Oh, Jesus.
If I get 0, 0, 0, that's 100.
Yeah, yep, that's 100.
Well, I don't even need to roll a second time because I got 100.
Can I spend 3 luck points?
You don't need to, because he got 100.
Oh, okay.
Which means you both climb up. You both follow you both follow the tracks, walking up the ramp. You fan out and begin to.
Isn't 100 a critical failure?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
You'll see why.
Oh no.
You begin to fan out and examine the platform, checking at the bottom of each of the 3 statues in turn. The platform at first appears to be utterly unremarkable. The stone blasted by the elements, and all distinguishing features long gone. At least until Agent Blackstone steps behind the back of the rightmost statue. Something catches your eyes. A circular indentation in the back of the statue. You begin walking towards it to check it out, but then you feel the stones under your feet begin to move under your weight.
Uh-oh.
And the unstable floor, unused to your weight, free from human feet for hundreds of years, collapses below you. Christopher, quickly make a listen check, please.
That is a 9. That's a pass.
You hear Blackstone scream in surprise and the crashing rumble of breaking rock. You turn around and you see him fall down into the platform, leaving nothing but a dark hole behind him. Blackstone, please make a jump check or a climb check.
Jump is 20 and climb is 20 as well. Okay. That's a 32, so that's a fail.
Oof.
Would you like to spend luck on that?
Oh, it's 12 luck. Yeah, fuck it, why not?
Yeah,
I don't want to
this
die
could save
just
you.
yet.
This could save.
As you fall, you feel your heart leap into your mouth and you flail your arms around, reaching out for anything you could grab onto. You grab onto an outstretched piece of rock, but you don't have time to breathe a sigh of relief as it quickly snaps, sending you down further into the shaft. But you manage to slow your fall just enough that you don't take the full damage. So you take 4 points of damage as your back slams down with a thunk onto the stone floor 20 feet below the platform. Everything is pitch black, the only light being the tiny pinprick of sunlight pouring in from the hole above you.
How deep is the hole?
About 30 feet.
Oh, Jesus. Blackstone, are you okay?
Yes.
Sound off like you got a pair.
I landed on them.
Let's see. Do I still have any rope?
I think you have exactly one coil of.
Yes, I do. How long is it a coil of rope?
It won't make it all the way down, but the rope combined with a successful climb or jump check should get you down safely. Getting back up, on the other hand,
Is another matter.
You need to find another way around.
Do you have a torch?
I have multiple torches.
Can you turn one on, then drop it down?
What would be safer to drop, a torch or the torch with batteries?
Probably a torch with batteries.
Yep.
I do remember that these aren't modern torches.
Oh
These
yeah, they
probably-
will break. Probably just
A wood torch.
Fire.
Yeah.
Wood torch.
Alright, I'm gonna drop down a torch. Be ready to catch it.
I can't see shit.
Ow, my head.
You drop the torch down the hole. It falls. You watch it fall down towards you, Blackstone, and it lands at your feet. As it falls, I'd like you to make a listen check, please.
Okay. That's a fail.
Oh shit.
You hear somewhere in the darkness a vague splashing, splishing, squishing sound, as if there is some footfalls in shallow water some distance away, but you do not see the source of them until the torch drops down in front of you, landing on the rock in front of you. You find that you have landed on what appears to be about a 3-meter wide slab of rock, jutting out of a shallow pool of water in an underground cavern. And, thanks to the flickering flame of the torch, you can see 3 vaguely humanoid,
Oh shit.
stunted fishmen walking slowly towards you.
Oh
One
shit.
of them grasping a spear in its webbed hand. Its
Would
eyes-
my...
Yep.
I was just going to say, would my training, when I heard something moving towards me, kick in and I'd grab one of my pistols?
Well, you didn't hear something moving towards you. You just heard something. And so
Oh,
you
okay.
failed your check. That was to see if your training would kick in.
Ah,
But
okay,
Don't worry.
yep.
You can still fight back.
Yep.
Each of them moving towards you, brandishing a bone spear in its webbed hand, its eyes glowing yellow in the darkness. You reach for your gun in shock. I'd like you to make a sand check, please.
Okay, how do I do sand check?
D100.
To roll and see if you get under your sand.
Yes.
That's good. That's good.
Definitely got under my sand this time.
That's good.
Okay, so that is a sand lock of 1.
1? Okay.
Alright, let me see. Alright,
Right.
and they are not as fast as you, so you get to go first.
Am I hearing any of this? Like, is Blackstone yelling up to me?
No, unless he says he is.
Would yelling take an action?
Nope. You could just call, holy shit, there's something down here.
I call up, I found our fucking monsters!
Oh shit! Yeah, I tie off my coil and start lowering myself down.
Alright, we'll get to you when it's your turn.
Yep.
I pull out my 45 revolver.
Yep, and I suppose you fire at one of them.
Yeah, I fire at the one closest to me with a spear.
Alright,
So
go
that's
ahead,
good,
make
maybe.
a firearms check, please.
Come on. That is a hard pass.
Hard pass. Bang! I'm going to now attempt. It's going to make its dodge check.
Yep.
You fire your gun. The creature shrieks and dives headfirst into the water as your bullet sails over its head. However, you did get a hard, so you still get to roll damage. It's going to
Okay.
be a grazing shot, so roll damage and halve it.
roll damage. No, okay, so 1d10 plus 2. So my d10 is the one that I'm fucking using, you idiot. A 0 is 10, isn't it?
Yep.
So that's 6 damage altogether.
6 damage. Bang! Not bad. Your bullet grazes one of the fins, shooting off a couple scales.
And then I would like to make a second attack.
Alright, so this one you are doing at disadvantage.
Disadvantage, okay. Oh, Jesus, one of my things just went flying.
Oh no.
So that's a part. I got a 31 and a 34. Both of them passes.
Okay, both hit.
Nice.
Here comes the dodge roll. The creature is unable to dodge. Roll your full damage.
Come on, roll a 0 again. That's 8 damage.
8 damage. Bang! The creature shrieks. It falls forwards. Its blood's turning the water red. Just before it dies, it hurls its bone spear at you. Make a dodge check, please.
Okay. That's definitely hold on, is that a
Half your
10
dex.
or a 7?
Yep, half your dex normally.
Yep. That's definitely a fail.
You attempt to get out of the way as the spear sails through the air, and woof! It hits you right in your left rib. You feel terrible pain spread throughout your body and take 4 points of damage.
Okay.
Yep.
Just out of curiosity, what would my third attack have to roll?
Your third attack would be disadvantage with 3 dice.
Okay. I'm not going to take that third attack. I just got to write that I have 4 ammo left.
Christopher, I would like you to make a climb check with disadvantage, please.
Disadvantage? Oh, Jesus.
Yeah, because you don't have enough rope to make the whole way down.
Okay, it's 28. Can I spend 8 luck points?
Yes, you can. Okay, you drop down onto the rock next to Blackstone, holding the bone spear as it juts out of his rib. 2 more of the sea creatures are emerging onto the rock platform. Make a sand check, please, Christopher.
That is a pass. Thank you.
That's a pass. Okay, 1 sand loss, please. And Christopher, it's your turn to rappel down here.
Yep.
So if you attack, it's going to be with disadvantage.
Yeah, I guess I won't attack. I'll just ready myself with my saber and like prepare to block.
All right. One of the deep ones rears back his webbed hand and hurls a spear at you, Christopher. Make a dodge check, please.
That is a hard pass, thank you.
The spear sails past you and embeds itself into the rock face. The other deep one clambers onto the rock and lurches towards Agent Blackstone, brandishing its spear. It plunges its spear towards you, Agent Blackstone. Make either a dodge or a fighting brawl check, please.
Hello, Blackstone.
Remy?
Sorry, I was
Yeah.
muted. Hard pass.
Hard pass? Ooh, okay. And was that fighting brawl or dodge?
Fighting brawl, sorry.
Alright, that means you get an attack back against him. So roll your unarmed damage, please.
Okay, unarmed damage is 1d3 plus damage bonus, so that's 1d3.
1d6. Yeah, 1d3 plus 1d3 then.
So I'm gonna have to use the...
1d3 plus 1d6. So roll a d6 and...
Oh no, my damage bonus here says 1d4.
Oh, 1d4, okay, yep. So roll a 1d6 for the 1d3 and halve it. And the 1d4 you just do a d4.
Oh, okay. 1d6 and 1d4. Okay. I'm guessing half of 1 is 1.
Yep, that's the one.
So that's 4 altogether.
If the creature plunges its spear at you, you grab the spear, force it out of the way, and then deliver a kick with your boot into the creature's torso, sending it flying backwards back into the water. You grit your teeth in determination. Okay, it's your turn. What would you like to do?
I raise my revolver pointed at the one that just attacked me and try to shoot it.
Try to shoot it. Okay, go ahead. Make a firearms check, please.
Oh, that's a miss.
That's a miss. All right.
If I miss, can I still try and take my second?
You can take a second and third
With
shot.
disadvantage?
Yep.
Yes, you sure can. You don't have to actually hit with any of them.
Yep. Okay, so that is just a normal hit. Normal pass.
Yep. Okay, roll your damage.
Damage. Doesn't he try to dodge first?
Oh yeah, he will try to dodge. Sorry. 100. He is unable to dodge. Roll your damage.
0. That's 8 damage again.
8 damage. Bang! You shoot him, hitting him right in the head. He falls forward with a splash, begins to bleed over the rock.
Okay. I am going to try and take the third shot.
Yep.
Ooh.
And as he goes down, he hurls his spear forward towards Christopher. Christopher, please make a dodge check.
That is a 23, which is a pass. No, a hard pass, sorry.
Yep, you dodge. Okay, you can take your third shot against the last one if you like.
Yeah, fail.
Alright. Okay, Christopher, it's your turn. There's 1d1 left.
Yep, I take out the Blessed Blade is already out, and I go for a stabby.
Alright, go ahead.
Okay, that is a 25, and thank God my fighting brawl is really high. That is a hard pass.
The creature ducks out of the way and then plunges its spear into your center of mass.
Oh, motherfucker.
Hey. Get the full damage from the spear. You take 8 points of damage.
Ooh.
Make a constitution check, please.
That is a 35, which is a pass, and you said 8?
Yep, you passed. You managed to remain conscious. However, you have sustained a major wound.
Yep.
Okay, it is the creature's turn. It pulls its spear out of your center of mass, and then its eyes glow a terrible yellow as it moves in for the kill. Make a fighting brawl or dodge check, please.
I'll go fighting brawl. That is a 27. What is that? Hard pass.
Hard pass. Okay, this time you got it. You grab the spear, wrench it out of the creature's hand, and hurl it into the water. Make your attack. Roll your damage.
Okay. What is it? Saber 1d8 plus damage build, but I don't have a damage build. 1d8. Where is? And Blessed Blade affects the deep ones, yeah?
It sure does.
Excellent. So that is a 5.
Yep.
And
double it.
Oh, double it. So 10.
10. The creature squirms and lets out a pathetic cry as it dies on the end of your blade. You pull your sword away, and the fish creature drops into the water. You appear to be safe, but you've been wounded, and you're stuck down here in this cavern, whatever it is. There is no dry land route out of here. Your only option is to swim through the water and hope you can find an alternate exit.
Shit, swim. Well, first let's go. Blackstone, are you okay?
I look at him and point at the spear still stuck in my chest.
Well, welcome to what we do.
No words.
Welcome to what we do.
Oh, wait, I got the right. Yeah, there it is.
I point at it, look at him, and then just proceed to reload my revolver. With the spear still sticking out of my chest.
Well,
before
I only have...
before I'm going to attempt to pull it out, but before I do that, I want to patch myself up.
Alright, first aid check.
You realize the first rule of this sort of thing is you usually don't pull it out unless you've got medical professionals in hand, because he will bleed the fuck out if you do that.
Let's see. That is a 3 on my first aid. Well, first aid.
Okay.
Oh,
You gain 1d3 HP and your major is healed. Blackstone is lucky he hasn't sustained a major wounds of 5 HP or more.
Up to 7.
So removing this would be really, really bad.
Yeah.
Can I grab... how deep in my chest is it?
Only about maybe 3 or 4 centimeters. You can pull it out safely, but it will require a successful first aid or medicine check.
Can I grab
you
it?
can pull it out normally and do a luck check to see if you instantly bleed out or not.
Oh yeah, I'm not fucking taking luck. I've used way too much. Can I grab it where it's attached to me and then place the muzzle of my gun on the shaft?
Cauterize the wound.
Shoot the spear
that
it breaks off and I've only got the blade sticking out of my chest.
Alright, make a firearms check, please.
Watch me miss and shoot myself.
Don't fail.
That is a hard pass.
Oh, thank God.
By 1.
Close your eyes and silently pray to God exists as you point your gun at the spear and bang! The bone spear snaps off, leaving only its tip embedded in your body. You are safe.
I can deal with that.
Now, with only one way out, you have no choice but to swim. First, I would like the captain to do a navigate check with disadvantage.
Ooh. First off, can I do a first aid check to just stop any excess bleeding?
Okay, we'll do that first.
No, I don't want to heal. I just want to stop bleeding so that I don't attract any sharks.
Well,
good idea.
Either way, if you'll still heal yourself.
Oh well, yeah.
Well, yes. Go ahead. Do a first aid check.
Can I use 3 luck to make that a pass?
You can. You recover 1 HP, and any major wounds you had no longer apply.
I don't have a major wound. Luckily.
How did the captain go on his navigation?
Well, I stopped it so Remy could do his thing.
Go ahead.
I still have electric torch, so can I use that to just make it a normal roll?
Oh, yep. Go ahead.
Okay, 37, which is navigate. What's my navigate? Yep, that's a pass.
That's a pass. Okay, that is a navigate pass, which means you may both now make swim checks with advantage.
Well, Mr. Blake. Welcome to our world, buddy. Okay, advantage.
Fuck. I failed.
Can I spend 2 luck points?
Yes, you can.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Yep. Okay, so that's a pass for me then.
How did you go, Remy?
I got a 40 and a 48.
Ooh.
Would you like to push it?
I may as well.
You can push it with advantage. Go ahead.
Oh, push it with advantage. Okay.
Yep.
Watch this be 80 and 80. Oh no, that is a hard pass.
Oh, thank God.
Preparing yourselves for what lies ahead using the captain's sense of direction and knowledge to plot what seems to be the best way out of the cavern. You both dive into the chilling water and swim into the darkness. We cross to David Averley.
Oh, God damn it.
Who have walked for several hours north of the village to the Ahu Maui site that Methridge and his team were investigating. Aveline and Chauncey, there are several Ahu Mauais scattered over the island. According to what you were told by Messridge, they were used as burial chambers of some degree. And in fact, you quickly find the one that Messridge and his team were investigating. Much like I described with the other group, it is a vast stone platform, about 20 feet by 15, with a ramp leading up to it. The bottom portion of the platform has already been removed by the archaeological dig, and according to Messridge's statement, this is where mummified bodies were found interred within. There are still a couple of tents here at the base of the Ahu Maui platform, presumably belonging to the archaeological team, and shortly nearby the Ahu Maui platform, on the edge of a cliff overlooking the hills in the village below, is a lone Maui statue. Unlike the others, its face pristine, with seemingly minimal weather damage on its facade, glowing a strange vague blue colour. Aveline, you recognise this as the statue from your vision.
Interesting.
Hmm.
All right. So what I would like to do is look for signs of the ritual that took place here.
Yep.
To see, like, say, scuff marks around where people were standing, blood, and to try and get a sense of how long ago or whether it has happened yet, the ritual.
I would like you to do a spot hidden check, please. Chauncey, what would you like to do here?
Well, Chauncey, he's just looking around, checking things out.
I'm just poking around, going, yeah.
Pretty much.
Alright.
He's still not too sure of what's going on, so he's just following the directions and...
Alright, so you can also attempt a spot hidden check then.
Wait a second. Yeah, baby. 12E. That'd be a hard pass for me. Actually, wait, no, it's a regular pass. Sorry.
That's a fail for me.
Fail, okay. A hard pass for our spiritual guru here, though. Aveline, you examine the foot of the Maui statue, and there you see it, flecked onto the dirt-blasted stone at the bottom. Specks of dried blood. And, based on the colouring, they appear to only be a few days old.
Well. So I didn't see what happened to the body after the vision, did I?
No, you did not.
Wonderful. Can I look to see if there's any drag marks or anything along the ground from
Yes.
if it's only a few hours old?
I would like you to make a track check, please.
Well, that's a pass.
You look along the ground and you call Chauncey over and you point out several drag marks across the grass leading away from the Maui statue towards the archaeological dig's camp. You both follow them, and Chauncey, I'd like you to make a spot hidden, please, to not lose track of these dragons.
That's a very hard pass. Extreme pass.
You follow the drag marks through the archaeological camp, the empty tent still, the flaps of the empty tent still blowing in the wind. The drag marks go up to the portion of the platform that has been removed, leading to a crevasse underneath the stone platform. Here, you can see two things: a large black hole descending down into darkness, and on top of it, lining the underside of the stone platform, several grooves carved into the stone, each of them containing seemingly mummified, skeletonized corpse, each of them roughly 1.5 meters apart. I would like you to both make sand checks as you realize that these skeletons cannot be human.
Fail for me.
Fail.
Am I with
Pass
these?
for me.
Aren't I with these guys?
Okay. Yes, you are. You're there too, Ethan. Actually, no, Ethan, you went to the watchers circle. Did you not? Oh, you went to the
I
statue?
thought we only had the two options. I was going with the stones.
Alright, so you're here then. So yes, go ahead and please.
Yeah, well, I've passed, so...
And, yep, so for passing, it's 1d3 stun loss. For failing, it's 1d6.
Well, seeing these things in life
4 points.
is less crazy making than death.
Yeah.
I'm burning through these
Can
sound
I do archaeology
feels
to look into these things?
Yeah, sure, go ahead.
Burning through my sand point.
Yeah, same here.
That was Edward last week.
It's a hard pass.
Hard pass. So you briefly examine the mummies and the way they're laid out. And first of all, aside from the very obvious thing that due to the bone structure, they cannot possibly be human with their hands and feet being webbed and their bodies being stunted and stubby. It appears to you that this vast platform has been constructed much like a sort of burial ground, not dissimilar to what you would find in ancient Egypt. That these mummies have been placed here indicates that they were people of some import, very possibly priests or religious figures.
Interesting.
So the little boys show like their Egyptian history?
Or at least something inspired by it.
Yeah.
Interesting. These creatures are clearly pre-Diluvian monstrosities. The type of thing that Yahweh sent a flood here to wipe out.
I've clearly missed a couple.
The only other thing remaining is the dark passageway into nothing that descends down deep under the platform.
I suppose anyone's got a torch.
As you say this, Clark de Haviland steps up and he says, "There's one attached to this tripod here." He breaks it off and hands it to you.
Oh,
Of course there is.
Is there anything that tripod doesn't have?
He shrugs. He says, "Whatever it is, I was told it's of great importance."
Sorry to interrupt.
Didn't really.
I'm gonna need to go.
Yeah.
Yep,
I know it's half an hour earlier than normal, but
that's
Yeah.
okay, Remy. We'll say you survived.
Blackstone goes to the hospital.
Yeah,
And
Blackstone's
then,
going to get out and go to the hospital and basically...
Are you
not
sure
be
you
there.
don't want to try some faith
Yeah.
healing, boy?
He's gonna go to the hospital.
And he's not going to accompany the group to the climax. That's fine.
Yeah,
That's fine.
pretty much.
Okay. And I'll tell you how the session ended up so you have some context for next episode.
Awesome, thank you.
All right, see you, Remy.
Good luck, guys. And
Yeah,
Yeah,
have
boys.
fun.
Mhm.
See you, Remy.
Yeah.
Okay. Now that you've turned on the flashlight, I would like each of you to make spot hidden checks with disadvantage, please.
That's a failure from me.
That's okay.
Disadvantage, did you say, or advantage?
Disadvantage.
Yeah, no,
Disadvantage,
that's
that's a fail, unfortunately.
No, good to see.
Flashlight.
I was going to say, though, before we continue, when he says the whole, I need to get hand on this tripod because it's really important, and just quickly murmur as we turn, going, yeah, it worked so well for the last guy who had it.
The last two guys, I might point out.
Yeah, well, I don't know about the guy before him,
Yeah.
so...
Clark just looks at you with what seems to be very slight concern written on his face, as if he's just realised something terrible. And So the flashlight doesn't really provide enough light to get a good look at what is below, and you fail to see anything in the darkness other than the fact that it descends
For Remy
a
not
great
dying.
distance. However, you do notice that there do appear to be foot and hand holds crudely carved into the side of the rock face, allowing you to lower yourself down.
I'll be right, thank you.
I would also like you to make listen checks.
Apart from me?
That's a 4, so that is extreme.
I've clearly had some injuries to my hearing, because I don't hear shit.
Yeah. Chauncey, you hear very dimly from somewhere in that darkness the sound of water lapping against rock. It is clearly an entrance to an underground.
Okay, so there's water somewhere down in this hole.
Well, I'm assuming Carrera will be most interested in this.
So what would you like to do?
After you, Mr. Spiritual Guy.
Yeah, I was gonna say you're the man with the gods with the plan. So
I gesture to Laurie and Feng Shui to gather the mummified bones, and we're gonna just take our haul back to Carrera.
Alright, you're just gonna take the mummified bones, okay. I would like Laurie or Feng Shui to roll climb, please.
Oh wait, where are the mummified corpses?
They're on the underside of the platform. Still have to do some climbing to get to it.
Oh, okay, cool. Well, then I might just send Feng Shui up to get him down, because I don't think Laurie can climb.
Alright, so just get Feng Shui to do it.
That's a hard part.
I was gonna say I could also climb as well, but you clearly got this.
Yeah.
Yeah. Feng Shui grabs onto the handholds and she climbs like a spider woman up under the rim of the platform, and she begins to dismantle one of the skeletal mummies, placing it bone by bone into her back. I would like you to roll her luck, please, David Appeline.
That's a neat little tricky good going on there.
That's failure.
Oh dear.
As she reaches into the crevasse to grab the bottom half of one of its femurs, she leans in a bit too much, and she loses her footing on the foothold, and with a scream, she tumbles down.
Laurie, catch her!
Okay, Laurie.
Also, I'd like to point out that Laurie is like where Feng Shui's like tiny and lithe and samurai like. Laurie's a huge trucker girl.
Yep.
Not much to look at.
Alright, I would like Laurie to roll jump, please.
Very big
fail.
type.
Can I use some of Laurie's luck to bump that up?
Yeah,
I'll use
that.
12.
Yep.
Use 12 points.
12 points, yep. Laurie lurches forward, but she grabs Feng Shui before she tumbles down into the darkness and pulls her back onto terra firma. She dumps a canvas bag full of roughly half of a mummified thief one at your feet.
Yeah, it should be enough.
Just look over and say, he's a weird one.
He is. Meanwhile, Clark de Haviland is peering down into the darkness and he's saying, there's water down there. Is anyone getting the urge to do a bit of midday swimming?
Not in the slightest.
Next guy.
Oh, why would you say that?
Esophagus doesn't have friends.
That's fine. So you wish to... Right, so you're going to just take the bones and head back to town?
Yes.
Alright, any objections, Chauncey and Ethan?
I do have intrigue of what's going in there, but the guru seems to have his mind set.
The
Ever.
guru has got to be a guru for as long as he has by knowing a bad idea when he sees one.
Yes.
I still don't trust the guru though
years,
because
I was
he's.
gonna say, yeah. I don't know, years of exploring fun tombs and places like this, usually underwater things are usually a very quick way to a short end.
Hmm.
Very well. All right. And so, bundling up your supplies, you head back to town. I swap back to Christopher.
Hey!
And Christopher and Agent Blackstone, as you swim for what seems like hours through twisting underwater caverns, occasionally surfacing for air, taking a deep breath every now and then. Eventually, you emerge at the edge of what appears to be a wide open cavern.
Well, what kind of fresh hell are we in now?
Blackstone wordlessly climbs out of the water and points. You look above you, and you see what appears to be an opening to the surface far above, with several convenient handholds carved into the rock face leading up to it. But in between you and these handholds, there are a series of stone slabs, 7 of them in particular. 2 of them have nothing, but 5 of them currently have 5 human beings tied to them, stripped
Oh,
naked,
Archie, shut up.
being presided over by 3 Deep One priests.
Oh.
You have found the kidnapped people,
Well, I guess this was a...
except 2 of them are already gone, befallen to what fate was intended for them.
Well, I guess we've...
You have 2 options here. You could take them on and climb out, or you could just sneak past and climb out.
Oh, no. I'm gonna take these fuckers out. Question, do I have my AK?
Yes, you do. In fact, you also have Edward's AK and the ammo for it.
And also, do Mind Blasts work on deep ones?
They do.
Excellent. Well, I would... Well, we're still hidden. They don't know we're there. I would like to Mind Blast one of them.
Alright. Go ahead. And I'll just check in the book.
Yeah, oh, shit, where did I put my book?
Grab the book. Where did I put it? Investigator's Handbook. Yeah, the Keeper's Handbook. So just go ahead and tell me what you would like to do.
Yeah, I'm just finding the Mind Blast. Oh, here it is. Fantastic. Victim of the spell suffers a terrible mental assault, causing the loss of 5 sanity points and inducing temporary insanity for the spell to take effect. The caster must succeed in an opposed power roll with the target.
Yep, that's right. So first, I'd like you to spend your sanity and your magic points.
1d3. Where are you? Oh, thank Christ, that's a 1. Alright.
Oh, alright. Now make a power check.
69. Alright, crap, how much magic points good? You know, I'm not really fussed about losing magic points at this stage because I still have the cane with 40 magic points in it.
Yep. Right, so make a power check, please.
That is a 15, which is not a critical pass, just a hard pass.
Hard pass. Okay. Here comes the deep one. The deep one fails his power check. He instantly clutches his webbed paws to his hand and shrieks an otherworldly scream. I would like you to make another power check as his otherworldly shriek fills your ears and burns your soul.
That is a 3.
A 3, lovely. No sun loss then. I would now like you to make a luck check.
To see if I was discovered.
Nope, to see who he's gonna hit.
Okay, well that is a 29.
29. He raises his bone spear, and you think he's about to plunge it into the nubile woman tied to the stone slab in front of him. But he swivels at the last moment and buries it into the torso of the deep one next to him.
Excellent.
that other deep one shrieks, pulls itself off the stone spear, and then raises its own. He plunges it forwards into the other assailant. The two deep ones, neither of them dead, are locked in a fight to the death with spears, leaving only one of them left.
All right.
Blackstone takes this chance to hobble forward and raise his gun. And bang! He misses.
Oh shit.
His bullet. I'm gonna roll his luck as well.
Oh no.
He passed.
Oh god.
His bullet slams into the stone tablet, narrowly avoiding a red-haired archaeological student tied to it. The lone deep one, who's not engaged in combat, turns around and rushes towards you with its spear. I would like you to make either a fighting brawl or a dodge check, please.
Oh, we're that close to them? Okay.
Well, they're able to clear a lot of distance.
Oh yeah, fair enough. That is that's a 10. Yeah. On my fighting brawl.
Alright. Yeah, no, it has no hope. It rushes towards you with its spear raised. You kick it, making it stumble, and then raise your sword and plunge it in. Roll a damage for your sword, please.
And double and well, I guess triple
And
it.
double it because it. No, just double it. You never can impale on
No.
You can never impale on parries.
Oh, okay. So that is a 5. So that's a 10.
10, not bad. It shrivels
And does-
dies on the end of your
never mind.
blade. You look up. Of the two remaining deep ones, only one is left.
Ooh.
The one who you inflicted with Mind Blast is lying shriveled at the feet of the other. It sees you, hobbles forward, and then raises its spear, hurling it in your direction. Make a dodge check, please.
That is a 2. What have we got here? Dodge, half dex. What have I got? A 35. So that's that's just good. That's good.
Yep. The spear clutches to the ground in front of you. It is your turn. Go ahead and finish it off.
Yep. Okay, come to Papa. That is a 34, which is still hard. Yes, hard pass.
Hard. Okay. You rush forward, swerving around it, and you slash at it with your sword, cutting off its sinewy, scaly head, which drops to the floor with a squish and a splat.
That's how you deal with it.
Blackstone hobbles forward, slamming a magazine into his gun, and he sets to work untying the people tied to the stone slabs.
Well,
Most of them are clearly insane, babbling meaningless words, sounds, toddler speak. You can gain no information from them unless you succeed at either a psychoanalysis check or a hard charm check with disadvantage.
half one. I might try the charm check. Okay, so that's what's my charm? It's 20, so 37 plus 20 is 57. Okay, so I just had to maths. Please. Okay, that was a 9 and that was a 28. So either way, there was a pass.
Hey, man, you walk over to a girl with red hair and calm her down. Shh. You get her to be lucid enough for just a moment, just enough to ask her who she is and what's happening. She is one of the 2 missing students of Professor Methridge. They were captured after they opened the bottom of an Ahu Maui platform, kidnapped by these fish creatures. They've been held here ever since, and every 3 nights, the fish people takes one of them to the surface and sacrifices them to the Maui statue. When you ask her why they've done this, she simply bursts into tears and begins to stammer. They say to feed the monolith on Motonui, on the sacred island is the place of evil.
Okay, let's... Do you guys know how to get out of here? We will untie all of you and get you out of here. We'll get you somewhere safe.
Blackstone looks over and says, they should be able to climb up these handholds. And he wraps his arm around one of them and begins assisting him up the handholds towards the light. You begin to climb the handholds, helping the woman up with your other arm, and the 3 other remaining prisoners follow behind, babbling incoherently as you all climb towards the light. As you reach the surface, you climb out onto terra firma and emerge on the end of an abandoned geological dig. In the distance, you can see 4 people walking away. You instantly recognize them as Ethan, the spiritual guru, Chauncey, and Clark de Havilland.
I just, as loud as I can, guys, over here! We found the survivors!
Well, jackpot for us. No swimming, and we got what we were looking for.
You meet
Everybody
back up.
okay down there?
You meet back up. Clark de Havilland looks at the survivors, and then he notices Agent Blackstone still bleeding, still covered in blood. He says, okay, I'll take the survivors and the special agent here back to town, get them some medical assistance, get them taken care of. And you said the place of evil is that small island off the Birdman's Cliff, right?
Yep, that looks like that's where it all goes down.
And so, as the afternoon sun burns high in the air...
Can I accompany them to the hospital as well? Because I need to have a bit of a lie down and check up.
Do, but I'm about to ask the question. With the afternoon sun burning, it's about 3-4 in the afternoon, you have 2 options. You may accompany Blackstone, Clark, and the survivors back to town, get them medical assistance, and rest up. You have rescued the survivors, but whatever evil is currently being undertaken on the island of Moto Nui, you will likely risk allowing it to pass.
Okay, yeah, good point.
Your other option is to allow Clark and Blackstone to take the survivors back and head into the climax of this scenario.
Well,
Do you feel that you are ready for it?
if one of you guys wants to patch me up, that will be greatly appreciated. Then let's go deal with this fuck.
Perhaps you require some faith healing.
Or just hear me out. I can also do that.
Faith in medical science, faith in modern medicine.
That's where I left it.
That's where you let.
Friends, what do you want to work with? First aid kit or I don't know what the hell you want to call it. Just prayer hand?
Gobbledygook.
Why not have both?
Sing Kumbaya or...
How injured is he looking?
I am 7 HP.
Yeah, he's looking considerably beaten up. The others will be fine with a short rest in the hospital, but Christopher's taken a battery
Yeah,
here.
quite fucked.
I just walk
Ben,
forward
how much
without
you-
anything, and I just rest my hands on him and I look him in the eye and goes, "Do you accept the faith of Yahweh into you? Do you accept the faith of the Lord?
I need an adult.
Do you accept the faith of Allah and all his disciples in your body? Do you want to be healed, sir? Do you want to be healed?
First aid kit over here, thank you.
Do you want to be healed? I said, Lord, heal this man.
Laurie and Feng Shui both shout in unison.
It's like Black Church.
That just happened. Yes,
Heals you 8 HP.
Jesus Christ!
As
Wow.
as Ethan begins to cycle through his backpack gathering his medical supplies, you notice before your very eyes, your wounds begin to seal up and the pain ebbing in your body begins to dissipate. As
Do you accept my faith? Do you accept that you have been healed by God?
I'm sorry, I can't give a straight face.
Praise the chosen! Shout the
Look at this going.
And yet, as
Just watching all
happens,
this going, damn, I didn't even remember smoking any of that shit in the pipe today.
and as this is going on, the only thing that both of you have in your mind is David Aveline kneeling over Dan Blythe as he dies from a heart attack and failing to do anything.
Oh yeah.
Wow.
Do not worry.
That's,
yourself,
I didn't even consider that. Holy shit, you could have saved his ass and you let him die. Holy fuck.
No, you see,
Well.
it was his time. God welcomed him into his arms. And if it's God's will,
More like his arteries clogged, but sure, let's go with that one.
Oh.
And so, fully healed now. Save from some minor damage.
Yeah, well, I'm fully healed. I look at Chauncey and go, look, we may go into our deaths here, so since Edwards was your friend, I think he might want you to have this, and take your time, get accustomed with it first, and try not to freak out. And I pass him the other AK with how much ammo did he give me?
It was a full round.
Oh,
Yeah,
just a clip.
Just a full, just one clip.
Okay.
He didn't have any.
Okay, yep.
As he hands you this strange apparatus, this strange weapon, I'd like you to make a sand check, please.
Start it.
And that's a loss of 1 sand, as you realise that you are essentially being given otherworldly technology, for this weapon is nothing like anything you've seen. And you've seen Olympic shooting.
Well, I do appreciate this, but I received all of Edward's possessions, so if he didn't give that to me, it must have meant something. And just looking at this thing, I got nothing.
I was going to say, look at him going, yeah, I know the feeling there, pal.
You just rub your thumb along the back of the hilt of your dead.
Pat my hip and go, a gun from the future given to you by a dead friend. Talk.
So, as Clark and Agent Blackstone take the survivors back to the village, do you feel you are ready to enter the climax of this episode? It's going to be a short one, but it's going to be a tough one.
I think we do, and I also look at Chantia and say, sorry, you mentioned something about you also have flesh ward?
Yes, he told me it was a special way to protect those you care about.
No. Well, we might need that.
No, but if you seem like you're trustworthy, and Edward obviously had a special place for you, Captain. He mentioned it in his letter. So you keep that weapon. It will serve you better than me. I can protect myself. And let's do this.
Alright, just...
Right, so 1d4 sanity there for flesh ward.
So
how many magic points are you going to devote to it, Smithy?
So how many people are...
So we've got, currently going into the climax, 4 people.
4? Then we shall do... I shall do 9 and give myself the extra one this time.
Right, here we go. So first, so 9, so that's going to be 2 each, so 2d6. So everyone gets 10 points of flesh ward,
Sweet!
and Chauncey gets an additional 5 points.
Whew.
Oh, goddamn!
Lovely.
I'll
So
take-
casting. You wait until Clark and the Bureau agent out of sight before you cast the spell, so to avoid any Christopher, you once again find yourself at the cliff of the Birdmen, overlooking the roiling waves beyond. As you get here, you're unsure where you're meant to go next. You know that you need to leap into the ocean, but then where? Ethan, I'd like you to make an intelligence check, please.
Smart boy, that's a hard pass.
Hard pass. You remember a conversation you had with the villagers yesterday. The Circle of Watchers, a vantage point carved into the base of the volcano, used as an overlook for the rest of the island, but also thought to be a place where wisdom can be delivered to you. The volcano is a short walk from here, no more than an hour. If you wish to find this place, it is well within your grasp. Or you could take your chances and dive off the cliff.
What do you think, guys?
Ethan tells you that tells you of the villagers who told him of a nearby sacred lookout carved into the side of the volcano. He says, even if it doesn't provide wisdom, at the very least it would provide a better look over the island and its surrounds than this cliff here. And you may be able to find an easier way to get to Moto Nui.
Hey, Dale,
Yes.
could I petition to Captain Carrera for some armed assistance?
Yes, but not. You've all made the decision to not return to the village. It's go
Okay,
straight to. But you will be able to do that because next episode you're going to need it.
Oh,
Okay.
of course.
Yeah. And Pereira will actually provide if you approach it the correct way, and Blackstone has helped pave the road to that.
And that we found all the survivors.
Yes, except for the two that they were sacrificed
Yes.
before you even got ashore. So,
Yeah, I'm
would
all
you
for the
like
lookout
to
because
dive- yeah, would you like to head to the lookout or dive into the water and just see if you can make your way straight for the underwater cave entrance?
yeah, I'm all for adventure as much as the next guy, but anyone wants to throw their ass off the cliff first, you be my guest.
I'll be right, thank you.
I think that lookout's a good idea. Who's up for some earthly wisdom, huh?
Alright?
Yeah, I'm going to
Jump
look
off
out.
cliff or earthly wisdom.
Yeah.
Earthly wisdom. Definitely.
Alright. You hike for about half an hour up the nearby hills until you come to the base of the Raraku volcano. You begin to follow this small trail up about 10 meters up along the side of the volcano until you come to a flat outcropping where there is an almost evenly distributed circle of white stones, the Watcher's Lookout. As you step onto this plateau, I would like each of you to make power checks.
Ah, crap, where did I put my dice? God damn it.
Power check.
Oh, that's a critical pass.
That is a 12 from me, so yeah, that's a crit pass as well.
That's an 18 for me, so that's a hard pass.
You feel some sort of power welling up inside you, something greater than you, but not imposing, not evil, and something seems to supernaturally direct your vision further up the side of the volcano, and that's when you see it. A cave mouth about 10 meters directly above you, almost invisible unless you happen to be looking in the right direction from this exact spot. An alternate entrance into the tunnels beneath Easter Island.
Earthly wisdom it is.
So you have two options. You may take the underwater entrance and swim into the tunnels, or you may attempt a short climb up the side of the mountain and enter through the mouth of the cave.
Well, I'm really not liking the idea of doing underwater thing when we know these lovely fish folk are a thing. So,
Right.
for a bit of mountain climbing, how you guys feeling?
Oh, you just look at me. I'm good with both.
Alright then. I would like everyone to make a climb check. And Aveline, you may have things Sway make a climb check with disadvantage. Yes,
Oh, that is a 13, thank fuck.
It's a hard pass for the climby climbs.
Yep.
That's
because
pass,
you...
that's pass from Fink's Way.
Yep, and Ethan, because you passed a climb check, you may attempt a fast talk check and regain 110.
Oh my god, I forgot. I almost forgot about that.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, hot damn.
As you give off a Nathan Drake line.
That's a what the hell's me fast talk at? It's a hard pass.
Oh, that's 1d3 sand gain for you.
Nice.
Yeah, just part way up. Just part way up. Turn around at one point, look down, going, "Hey, look, Ma, no hands."
And then you remove your hands, having your feet wedged into a crack in the cliff, almost hanging horizontally out of it. And then you whistle and leap up and grab hold of the cliff and continue climbing.
Worth it. Totally worth it.
How did you go, Chauncey?
That was a fail, so I'm using some luck.
Some luck, sure? You sure you didn't want to push that?
I did, and it was worse.
Ah, yes. Very well. Very well.
Yeah. Yes, I'm just still waiting for, I'm still hanging onto the cliff, just waiting for someone to respond. You just get this, really? No one? Come on! Fine.
400 feet up on the southeast side of the mountain is the hidden entrance. This is the Cave of Evil. It leads into a twisting, narrow, winding tunnel that goes deep into the mountain and then begins to wind down into a spiral pattern. The cave mouth is 15 feet across. Its lips are carved with images of human skulls, interspersed with monstrous things, tentacles hanging from their faces. I'd like you all to make Cthulhu Mythos checks, please.
Oh, I think I can do that. That is a 29, which I think is a pass now.
That's a fail.
Oh, no. Can I spend 2 luck points?
Yep, sure.
God, I'm spending a lot of luck points now.
You easily identify these images as being related to Cthulhu and his spawn. I'd like you all to make SAM checks, please.
That is a 16. That is a pass from me.
Yep. Who else? SAM checks for everyone, as these images are quite clearly creepy.
Well, not creepy at all, apparently.
Yeah, it's definitely a pass. Aveline, Ethan, how'd you go? Pass for everyone.
Yep, pass for me.
So that's one sunlock for everyone.
Oh, I'm no longer 69.
Well, kind of like counteracts what I just did.
You begin to make your way down the spiral chasm, the sides of it flanked by these terrifying, obviously evil carvings. It descends down, 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 deeper into the volcano, under Easter Island, and then it levels out, begins traveling horizontally through a series of twisting, winding corridors. Occasionally have to stop to jump to grab a lip above, or drop down into a lower passage. You are traveling deep below the sea towards the southern island. You walk what seems like literal hours. If you had a wristwatch or any way of telling the time, it would be clear to you that you spend just over 8 hours walking through this seemingly endless cavern that leads from the volcano under the island and towards the place of evil. Eventually, after what seems like days, the narrow passage opens up. You pass into a vaguely circular shaped cavern with one passage directly opposite the one you entered from, leading further into the darkness. The cavern itself appears to be non-notable, save for the fact that almost the entirety of its western wall is seemingly taken up by a huge painted and carved mural, a picture of what appears to be Easter Island, the Maui heads bowing in the sky as great Cthulhu comes down to greet the cultists below. As you stare at the mural, you can't help but feel a strange sense of foreboding. Something more than just the evil depicted in this artwork. I'd like you all to make spot hidden checks, please.
That is a 19. So just on the cups of pass.
Yep, I passed.
Oh no, my spot hidden's 30. I thought it was 20 this entire time. Huh. Neat.
That is a hard pass.
You stare at the mural. In the bottom right-hand corner, you see something move. Flicker of movement out of the corner of your eyes as the stone wall, the mural face, begins to waver and flicker as if it is a fabric sheet blowing in an invisible wind. Then you see it. A shape behind the mural. Something interdimensional, shambling into the material plane out of the artwork. What are your luck values, people?
17.
56.
59.
Did I hear a 17 from Eveline?
70.
70. Alright, it looks like it's going to be Ethan. Ethan, I would like you to make a dodge check, please.
Oh boy, I love dodging. Especially when I roll a 3.
This
Dodge for days.
Yeah, this okay. Ethan, you see the shadow drawing closer, nearer, and you feel something terrible. You follow your instinct and jump back as terrifying skeletal arms reach out of the mural towards you, and the dimensional shambler leaps out into the material plane, a hunched humanoid monstrosity with leathery grey skin. The shambler possesses yellow slit-like eyes and long fangs. It adopts a hunched, semi-simian pose with overlong arms dragging along the ground. These arms are tipped with a pair of enormous and wickedly sharp claws that make a scraping sound as they drag along the floor towards you. It is the shambler's turn first, and it's going for Christopher.
No, why?
I believe it was a case of he who squeals loudest gets crushed first.
Christopher, I need you to please make a dodge or fighting brawl check.
Alright, we'll try the fighting brawl because that's always my highest. And that is a 23, which is just a hard pass.
Just a hard pass, okay.
Oh!
The shambler grabs you, clasping its mouth into your flesh while its overlong arms reach overhead, pin you to the ground, and begin tearing into your flesh. You take
Ooh, that's not good.
11 points of damage. Make a
Oh.
Constitution save.
Hold on. Okay, concert. That is... Crap, get out of the way, screen. That is a pass.
You manage to remain conscious. You sustained a major wound. You can barely move.
Well,
I'd like
that got
everyone-
rid of all my flesh ward.
Yep. I would like everyone to make sand checks, please.
That is a 19.
That's 25.
25.
That's a 58. So
Okay. If you pass, it is a loss of 1d6 damage.
Oh.
If you fail, it is a loss of 1d10.
oh my goodness.
Wait, are we all doing this?
1d6
you're all doing
boys.
it, that you're all looking at
Oh
the
dear. So what was it
Not
for a
five
fail?
for me.
For a fail, it's 1d6.
Yeah.
For a fail, it's 1d10. For a
That was 5 for me, Dale.
Okay, I better
8.
roll to see how this goes.
Alright,
Ooh.
Oh, fuck, that's 8.
Alright, we
Mm.
need 3 of you to do intelligence checks.
I got a 5, so I'm... Wait,
You're doing 1 too.
I'm doing 2
You're
shit.
You're all at risk of going temporarily insane.
That is
What
a...
was it? What did you say? Intelligence?
Aha, Dale, that is a extreme pass.
Yeah, you're temporarily insane now.
And that's an extreme pass for me too.
Intelligence.
You're also temporarily
Oh,
Again?
I got a 69. I got a 69. I
Two
failed.
sessions in a row I've done this.
Christopher is the only one who is not insane. The rest of you begin screaming in petrified terror.
God
as
damn.
a dimensional shambler drags its carcass across the cave. Christopher, it's your turn.
And it's got me pinned, hasn't it?
It does. You'll have to break out.
Hmm.
With a strength check.
Or can I still fire the AK into it?
Yeah, it'll be difficult though, because you have to angle it just correctly. There's a chance you get hurt by it while doing it. It's up to you.
Hmm. Okay, what's my strength at?
Welcome back, M1. We're in the climate.
45.
If you fire your AK-47, I'd like you to do it with disadvantage, please.
Hmm. Yeah, I'll try get out of it, I guess.
Alright, make a strength check, please.
Oh, that's a pass, that's a 22. So that's a hard pass.
22. Yeah, still needs to be contested with the...
Oh yeah,
champion.
fuck.
And his strength is 95.
Confet. Oh, yes!
And you break free, rolling away and then climbing to your feet. What do you do next?
Alright, well... no, I'm gonna go full auto.
Full auto? Okay. What's your firearms skill?
50.
50, okay. How many bullets in the AK-47?
I've got 5 clips.
5 clips?
Oh,
Yep,
wow.
but how many does it say are in a clip?
30.
Yes,
Okay,
yes,
30.
30.
So we are going to have 5 volleys of 3 bullets each.
Alright, so I roll 3 times, yeah?
You roll 5 firearms.
Oh, 5 firearms, okay. That is a 9 to begin with. So that's a crit.
Yep.
That was
crit means
1.
all 3 bullets as a volley hit.
That was a 90. So that was no.
90.
And 33, which is just a normal pass.
That means 1 bullet in the volley hit.
That is a 9, so another crit.
So 7 bullets hit. So please roll damage 7.
Oh no, I still need to do one more roll, yeah?
Oh, yeah, go ahead. Yep.
And that is a 23, which is a hard.
Okay, so 10 bullets hit. So roll damage 10 times, please.
Oh shit, I might as well just do it in the chat. So 2d6 plus
Yeah.
1, so what is that?
Alright, so you're doing 20d6 plus 10.
Okay. Oh,
That's a lot of damage.
why is it not letting me do backspace on here? Okay, something's really screwing up on here. Sorry, just give me a sec, sorry. Okay, now that seems to be working. Mama's lucky dice. Okay, yep. Okay, how many was it? 20d6?
Yep, 20d6.
Roll 20d6, and it was it was plus 1. So what do I add?
Yeah, 20d6 plus 10.
Plus 10. 63.
Now the Shambler has 3-point armor, so it subtracts 3 from each hit, so you deal 33 damage altogether. Let me check its HP. You nearly kill it. You fire a volley into the terrible monster, blowing away parts of its flesh and bone. But it continues
Fuck you,
to
you
drag
suck of shit!
wounds its carcass across the cave. Next up, we have Ethan. Ethan, you are temporarily insane. You take one look at this creature, and you decide to run screaming into the passage on the opposite side of the cavern. As you run past the creature, I need you to make a dodge check, please.
Aww. That's a pass.
That's a pass. It swings at you with one of its overgrown claws. You dodge out of the way, and screaming, "Ah!" you run into the passage that quickly descends down into a spiral-shaped cavern.
Oh shit.
Chasm, deeper into
That's
the
alright.
earth.
I missed pod.
Spiral-shaped chasm.
Good.
Yeah,
I'm just...
spiral-shaped chasm deep into the earth. And you
Chasm.
find yourself falling. Make a jump check, please.
God damn.
That's no fun. Oh shit, where's my jump at?
Base of 20%.
Shit, yeah, that's a pass.
Oh, nice.
No, I have 60 in
lovely.
jump.
Oh,
Yeah,
nice.
he's good at this.
And better yet,
Yeah.
because I did a jump thing, I can do my trade again.
Yeah.
Yeah, you do your trade again while you're insane.
What the fuck? Oh, that's so fucking fun. Especially because that's a hard pass.
That's
As
another
well.
1d3.
So I can
that's another
regain
1d3
some sen.
Nice.
And what do you do? What do you do insane as you leap down into this chasm?
Oh shit.
Oh!
Ba-da-da-ba-do.
Geronimo!
Yippee-ki-yay, motherfucker!
You leap down. Your jump manages to get you to land in a position where you sustain only minimal damage from the fall. You take 6 points of damage into your 10 points of flesh and sword, and your temporary insanity ends. We go to...
Oh god, so I'm basically gonna step out of this, look down and go, holy shit, how'd I get here?
Chauncey, what's your dex?
60.
And what's yours, Aveline?
Mine is 60.
Alright, Chauncey, you go first. You decide to rush at the creature with your Olympic gold medal winning blade covered in Black Lotus tar. I'd like you to make a fighting brawl check, please.
Buddy.
Oh, sorry.
That is a pass.
Alright, let's see how the Shambler goes.
Hey.
Ooh, it swings, but you duck, and your insanity managed to strike a blow right on what passes for its face. I would like you to please roll your damage, just normally. Four, not bad, but now the Shambler has to make a con save or take damage from the poison on your blade. And it fails.
Yes. Nice.
It rears up, getting ready to retaliate, and then it takes 11 points of damage.
Oh, yeah.
Exploded. It shrieks once, and then it lashes out its hand. It lashes out its hand towards Chauncey, trying to wrap you in an embrace. Make a strength check, please.
No, he just wants danger hugs.
Hey, hug. He wants danger hug.
That is a pass.
That's a pass. Alright, let's do the...
Oh.
The Shambler embraces you, grapples you, and then shrieking in pain, it begins to run back towards the mural.
Uh-oh.
With you in its grasp.
Uh-oh.
David Aveline,
Oh, no.
you are temporarily insane.
I have something insane I would like to do if that.
Yep, go ahead.
Okay, this is gonna be good.
All right. In my insanity, the same faith and the same voice that I used to conjure healing, I begin to proselytize about angels and devils and how this creature, lacking in the light of God, is taking my friend from this place. Would an angel come down? And I just see what happens. Like, if this does nothing, I'm okay with that.
I would like you to please make I'd like you to please make a fast talk check.
Hey, it's the perfect situation. If it happens, it's a miracle. You are divine. God bless you.
If nothing happens, God
He
works.
clearly didn't have enough, and you are forever blameless. It's the perfect circle.
I've
Either way,
not.
God works in mysterious ways, and we can't be mad at you.
Exactly.
Very well. Make a luck check, please.
That's a pass.
Okay. Nothing divine happens to the creature. However, your shouting distracts it just enough so that Chauncey may attempt to break free of its grasp.
Ooh, nice.
Chauncey, make a strength check with advantage.
Go on, Chauncey.
22.
Oh, yeah.
That is a hard pass.
Nice.
Oh, nice.
He's gotta believe.
Gotta believe in Yahweh. You break out of its grasp and stick your blade into what passes for its eye. It shrieks and falls back into the mural, its hands reaching out to reach to you before they are pulled away back into the otherworldly gate from which it emerged. Dimensional Shambler is dealt with. You are no longer temporarily insane.
Say, if everything's dead, you can just hear from further down the passage where I was, guys.
Where the
don't
hell
mean to
am
be a
I?
father, but could somebody, little help?
Well, you'll get to him
For Tom's
shortly.
heroics.
You then press on. The cave of the Shambler opens to a chasm about 60 feet across. The smell of rotting flesh wafts up from the bowels of the volcano. Around the interior of the chasm, a way spirals downward, cut from the lava tuff of the island. This spiral ramp varies from 1 to 3 feet wide, with no handholds. I would like everyone, except Ethan, to make a climb check.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Oh, that's a 23. Fuck yeah.
Can I push that?
Yep. And for you, Aveline, Feng Shui makes it with disadvantage because she's guiding down.
She fails that by a fair margin. Can it be
Ooh.
pushed?
Okay.
Right.
So we've got...
Can it be
got
pushed
one-
out?
You can be pushed, yes.
Wonderful. Alright, she fails that by a lesser margin. Can I spend 28 of her luck to push that
Yep.
back?
Jesus Christ.
So we have one hard pass, one normal pass, and a fail. Okay, so you all have varying degrees of success. First of all, Christopher, somehow you are able to make it down the chasm without losing your footing.
Oh, thank God.
And you make it to the bottom where Ethan awaits.
Hey, buddy.
You are unharmed. Feng Shui guides Lori, Aveline down. You get about halfway down before, in the process of trying to ensure Aveline can cross a gap, she loses her footing and you tumble down the rest of the way, taking 4 points of damage. Chauncey, you lose your footing almost as soon as you step out into the chasm, and you fall the entire distance.
Oh shit.
Which is embarrassing for an Olympian.
Fuckball. Yeah,
Hey,
but you're an Olympic.
Points of damage.
Wow.
That's all
Okay,
your
so you're an Olympic
flexible
fencer, not a climber.
So that is, I only lose 1 actual hit point.
Yep.
Thank God for that.
Oh, wow. Just show off.
Just perfect dismount.
Ooh, that looks like
Sorry.
I
didn't
meant
mean
to do
interrupt,
that.
But, no, I didn't mean to interrupt, but the second you said all I got was that Simpsons thing that the Olympian who, like, lands the disco on the front blade. He's gonna...
At the bottom of the chasm is another wide, high area. A tunnel leads to the north. Faint light comes from it. The stench of rotting flesh and burning lava increases, nearly making you gag. A winding tunnel leads to another cave, at the very bottom of the chasm, into a larger, natural cavern approximately 80 feet across and 20 feet high. In the center is a chiseled stone slab, approximately 3 feet thick, 6 feet wide, 8 feet high. Blasphemous images cover this stone slab of such malignance that merely looking at them automatically costs you all 1 sand point.
Oh god, I'm fucking burning through this sand this session.
Oh, I know, right?
You and me both today, buddy.
Set atop the monolith is a statuette of Great Cthulhu made of green stone, with tendrils of sickening grey smoke that waft up from the monolith itself. The smoke drifts up towards the ceiling of the cavern, which cannot be seen due to the thickening cloud. The horrible stench appears to be coming from the smoke. Standing before the monolith is a humanoid figure wearing a black robe. As you enter, he reaches up and pulls away the black hood. Underneath is a face that only Christopher recognizes. The face of the old man, Christopher Edward, or its true form, the interdimensional entity known as the Worm That Walks, the one responsible for the deaths of Max Biggs and Vera Delacroix.
Oh, you son of a bitch.
I would like
Friend of yours there, Captain?
Oh,
I would like to ask you, creature.
Speak,
Do I gaze
Mark
upon the
Kemp.
face of God,
You gaze
on the
upon
face of the Lord of Perdition?
You gaze upon the worm who walks, a servant to the silver twilight and a messenger to the gods.
So you be Gabriel, one of the angels, then.
The creature makes no response, other than to gesture towards the monolith before it, and say, "As we stand here, Cthulhu's monolith feeds the Watcher statues, and the Watcher statues, as they gather power from the sacrifices provided by the Deep Ones, shall spread the word of the coming of Cthulhu into the stars, summoning Cthulhu's spawn to Earth for the great occasion."
you're not gonna get any more sacrifices while I'm still here.
Suddenly, it clicks. Everything that's happened on the island so far, it all points to one thing. None of this is Carl Sanford's doing. In fact, none of this has got anything to do with real yet. The Maui statues, built in prehistoric times by the original Deep One settlers of Easter Island, are messengers to the star spawn of Cthulhu that this monolith, whatever it is, being fed with the sacrificial energy, power up the statues so that they may signal into the stars the time of Rilier's arrival is near, calling not Cthulhu himself, but his star spawn, hundreds of their number, to Earth to witness the great occasion.
God.
It is
All
imperative
kinds of bad.
that you stop him. And so you shout, Christopher, you'll have no more sacrifices. The worm that walks smiles. Whatever do you mean, Christopher?
You know exactly what the hell I mean. You killed my friends. You're sacrificing everyone on this island for your goddamn fucking occult shit. You're going down.
The creature smiles.
Context, buddy?
Yeah, you'll get your context. The creature smiles, reaches into its coat and pulls out the twisted obsidian dagger that Eveline saw in his vision. Then, its face, the face of Christopher Edwin, melts away, revealing its true form, the visage of a rotting, worm-infested corpse, something from the realm of the dead. What's left of its mouth twists into a grin, and it says, "Then I shall be the final sacrifice." And it plunges the dagger into its own chest. Suddenly, there is a flash of blinding light throughout the cavern. I'd like you all to make power checks, please.
That is an
Good.
38, which is a pass.
That's a hard pass.
Yes, that's a pass.
for me.
Where's the
hard
Alright.
pass, thank
I just... can I push that at all?
Your pen.
Just don't fail the second time.
Yep.
Okay, so hypothetically, if I failed by 1, can I spend a luck point so I don't probably succumb to whatever the fuck's about to happen?
Sorry, M2?
Oh.
He needs to spend he needs to spend a luck point.
On a
Yeah.
pass, on a roll he already pushed.
Good?
Yeah, no, you have to spend luck on the push roll, I'm afraid.
Fair enough. Well, in that case, I fail. Because I
Alright,
rolled
you
I
failed.
rolled 1 under the first time I tried pushing it, and I missed by about 30.
Oh,
Very well.
no.
If you failed the power check, you are blinded temporarily. You are blinded by this light. And I would like you to permanently reduce your spot hidden,
Oh.
firearms, and fighting brawl by 20%.
Holy shit. Oh my god.
Ouch.
Permanently!
Yeah, you should have
Yep.
just spent that luck point.
Because as the light fades away, you see Ethan, his left eye has been seared away, leaving nothing but a gaping red, open socket.
Oh, dear god.
You can't see this eye. Is it okay? It's gonna be fine, right?
It'll be fine,
Right?
it'll be fine. You could get some more back in the downtime, but for now...
Yeah.
Actually,
Yes. Oh, you'll be able to faith heal it, but we have to see what
Yeah.
happens.
yeah.
No one
If I
else
survive,
failed. Everyone
Because
else
this, I'm gonna be
I got a
off
hard
to this
pass.
fight.
Yeah. Okay.
you realize you're joining my cult now, right? If I survive, you're pretty much like
So,
I'm your only hope.
hey, buddy, if you fucking heal my eye, I'll do whatever, man. I don't care. So, it was
The light fades
fighting, brawl,
away.
firearms, and spot hidden, yeah?
Yep.
Yep.
Okay, well, spot hidden, I'm not losing anything on that one, but the rest is kind of an issue.
The
Especially
light
the fight.
fades, firearms and fighting brawl. The
Yeah,
light.
I need my I need my guns.
The light fades away. The worm that walks is gone, with only the obsidian dagger lying on the floor in his empty black robe. Suddenly, the grey smoke coming out of the stone monolith separates into 8 different tentacle-like strands,
Oh fuck.
becoming steadily more solid. At the same time, a quiet chanting starts, seeming to emanate from the monolith itself. Cthulhu Nafatbatagan, and begins to quickly increase in volume.
This one sounds familiar.
Oh, yeah, this one does sound familiar. Okay, the tentacles of smoke lash out from the monolith towards you. I would like everyone to make a hard dodge check.
That is a 10, so yes. Thank you.
48.
Nope,
I
I
would
fail.
like to spend.
Oh, good one, Smithy.
No spending luck on this. This is a combat.
Okay, well then I just.
Yeah,
I
I failed
I
regardless.
pass, but I don't pass, inverted commas.
That
Yeah.
would definitely
Okay.
happen.
I did not.
Oh, right.
To
Okay.
be fair, I am technically blinded, half blinded at the moment, so you
Do you
know.
want me to? I'll roll for Laurie and what's her
Yeah.
face as well.
Yep.
All right, so Laurie fails, but Feng Shui passes.
Yep. Okay, Chauncey and
Critically
Christopher
passes,
jump
actually.
back as the smoky tentacles across everyone, wrapping around their bodies like tentacles and launching them off the ground into the air. Suddenly, you see red streaks begin to move through the tentacles of smoke as they drain blood from those they hold captive.
Oh shit.
Aveline, Laurie, and Ethan each lose 3 points of damage.
Okay, cool.
Yay. Wait, do I
Alright.
still have flesh wood on myself? I know it's a little bit.
Oh yeah, this this is coming out of your flesh ward. Yes, you're fine.
Yeah,
My
lovely.
flesh watching.
Okay. Okay, first up we have Christopher. Your turn. What would you like to do?
Alright, so I fully recognize the chant they're doing.
Yes.
So that would be the Rising of Relia.
It's not the Rising of Relia, it's the chance to summon Starspawn of Cthulhu.
Okay, do I know where the chants are coming from?
It appears to be emanating from the monolith itself, this large stone slab that has a green jade statue of Cthulhu affixed to it.
Alright, how far is the jade statue?
About 20 feet, you could easily get to it.
Alright, I would like to throw my jerry cans.
At it?
Yep.
Alright. I would like you to make a throw check, please.
That is sorry. Can I push that? Because it's not combat?
It is a combat. These are all being done in the context of combat.
Alright, and you can't spend luck point?
Can't spend luck points. So what did you get? Pass or fail?
Not pass, I failed by 1.
By 1. Ooh. You throw your jerry can and you stop just short of the statue, about a meter in front, but make a luck check.
That's a pass.
The jerry can lands miraculously on its base, not spilling any of the fuel inside.
So how...
All you need to do is pick it up and carry it the rest of the way. As you do this, at the end of your round, one of the smoke tentacles flashes out at you. Make a hard dodge check, please.
That is a 5.
A 5, okay. You dodge it, ducking out of the way as the tentacle sails over your head. Okay, next up, we have Chauncey. You are currently free and able to move. What do you do?
Chauncey?
Helps if I unmute my mic. So these are smoke tentacles.
They appear to be smoke, but also solid.
We have to stop... It looks like we have to stop the, destroy the jade statue.
Well, after seeing the jerrycan being thrown, and I'm going to race over, grab it, and try and get it right up against the up against the statue.
The rest of the way. Okay,
Yeah.
make a dex check, please.
Oh, come on.
Yes, that is a hard pass.
Oh, phew.
Yep. One of the tentacles reaches.
Oh my
towards
god.
you, past it, hitting the dirt, grabbing the jerry can off the ground, and running towards the altar. You tip the jerry can over and begin to slosh gasoline all over the top of it, all over the Cthulhu statue. Okay, it's Ethan's turn. Ethan, you are currently grappled by the tentacle. Before you can either try to get a shot off in this condition, which will be with disadvantage, or break free first with a strength check.
I might try and go for the shot, because I figure at this range, even with one eye, I can't miss.
All
You'd
right.
think that.
Well,
Make a firearms check with disadvantage. Subtract.
okay,
and
well, even with disadvantage and with having my sight half fucked, that's still a 13.
Oh, damn.
Lovely. Okay.
Well done.
So that's
All right.
still technically a hard pass, I believe.
That's a
Yep.
pretty badass thing to do, I'm just going to say.
Yeah.
It is.
Yeah, just
And
pull out
the
the Desert Eagle and literally that's going to be my one-liner there. It's just,
Yeah.
even with one eye, I still can't miss, dickhead.
Smile, you son of a...
As the tentacle grapples around you, draining your blood, you take aim with your handgun towards the gasoline, spilling over the altar, and fire. Bang! Make a check.
What check was that?
Luck check.
Luck check.
Oh, luck check.
Yeah, you kind of broke up when you said luck.
Sorry. Yeah, luck check.
Nope. That's a pass.
That's a pass. Your shot ignites the gasoline. The altar and the Cthulhu statue burst into flame. And almost immediately, the smoky tentacles die, disappearing immediately. You and Aveline and Laurie fall down towards the stone floor before beneath you, taking 8 points of damage each. How's
no good.
Laurie? How's Laurie? I should ask. Is she
I was gonna say,
alive?
I'm pretty sure that kills off my flesh ward at this point.
Yeah.
No, that's fine off entirely.
She's dead. Okay.
Who's dead?
Aw.
Is Laurie dead?
No, Laurie's not dead. She's still got the flesh wart. She got flesh wart too, yeah?
No. You're.
Oh, no, in that case, she's dead.
Laurie's
Aw.
dead. Yeah. Laurie screams as she hits the stone with a sickening splat. Okay. I would now like Christopher and Chauncey to make jump checks, please, to get away from the flames.
Oh, that is a 15, which is a pass.
15, 81. Okay.
Really?
Oh no!
I have so many skill points in athletic stuff, and I haven't got a single one yet.
Boom! Chauncey, you take 5 points of damage as you are unable to get away from the flames in time. You must make a con save, please.
Oh, that's right. Track.
That's a pass.
You manage to remain conscious, but you've sustained a major wound. As the statue and the altar burn, the chanting gets louder. It gets louder and louder until it increases at an otherworldly pitch, becoming nothing more than a screaming hum in your brain that drums against the innards of your ears.
Send
And
check, please.
at your very soul. You all lose
Oh shit, no.
1d6 sand.
Oh
right here.
my god. Okay, come on.
Just what I need for today, more fucking sand.
And
Oh.
that's a 3. Whew.
That's one for me.
Hey.
That's a 5 for me.
Oh,
You can't go temporarily insane. Just
Are
gonna
you
do
sure?
that. Okay. You hold your hands to your ears and try to block the screeching out, and then you turn around and begin sprinting through the cavern. I need each of you to make dex checks, please.
That is a. That
Um,
is a normal pass.
So that's a fail from myself and thanks, Wayne.
Thanks, Sway.
70 in dex.
It's a
and I
funny
still
number, but it's
failed.
also a fail.
I have a
Alright.
70 in dex and I failed.
Oh,
Alright. I will keep that. You run. The fire chases you through the cavern. There's a shattering of rock, and then you notice plumes of lava begin pouring down into the cavern from the volcano above. Flames and rocks and debris pelt you all. Thanks away, Aveline and Ethan, you each take 6 points of damage.
Alright, Fingsway's dead.
oh no!
Way down.
How much damage did I take before? Because I'm pretty sure my flesh wood was gone.
Yeah, I think you're on 3 HP.
Oh Jesus Christ!
Okay, well let's go with that. Because that sounds better than what my math is coming up with.
But what was your math coming up with?
About 1 or 2.
Yeah, 1 or 2. But okay, I'd like you both to make con checks, please.
It's extreme pass for myself.
Where am I at? Now is I roll exactly what my con is that a pass
Yep,
or is that
that's
just
pass.
a fail?
That's
Thank
fine.
God.
You're fine. You aren't knocked out by the barrage of debris and rocks. You see the spiral chasm ahead, the ramp that you used to get down here. You leap onto it and begin climbing up as fast as you can. All of you make climb checks, please.
Oh,
That is a 19.
That is a. Can I spend luck on this?
Yes, you can spend
That's a
luck.
hard pass for me.
69.
I'll spend
Hard
9
pass.
points.
I am going to use 6 luck points.
Luck. You scramble up the spiral cavern until you re-emerge in the room where the dimensional shambler once was. As you all sprint through it, make dodge checks, please.
Oh,
That's good.
Pass.
that is. Wait, what was my dodge again?
Is this considered a combat situation or can we push?
If there's a chase, you can spend luck on it.
Yep.
You cannot push.
That is a pass for me.
That is a fail.
It's failed.
Okay. I would now like you to make a luck check, please.
I think my boy's getting out of here. No, that's a fail.
Oh shit!
Fuck. Well,
Oh, that's a pass.
As you run past the mural, nothing happens. That one was a fake check.
you dick. I was prepared for death there, thanks.
You sprint past the mural and out into the mouth of the cave. Then, as the fire and lava gather behind you, you can see an underwater tunnel ahead, a cliff leading into the cold ocean. Your salvation out of here. I need you all to make swim checks.
Okay, that.
Huh.
Can I push that?
Yes, you can. This is
Hey, one of my
Sure.
skills. One of my skills actually worked.
Oh, that's a 4.
I
That's a
shouldn't
4.
have
Fuck yes.
I rolled a 94. I'm just accepting I'm about to die.
I've really got to stop you.
You can push this. This is not a
I
case
did.
of-
That was my push.
Oh dear God.
Okay.
Spend all your luck.
No, it's okay. We'll see what happens. You all
Fuck
leap
it.
off the cliff into the water as the chasm begins to collapse beneath you. You begin to swim through the cold subterranean tides. All of you except Ethan, who begins to sink. He's being carried away by the current, carried away into the cavern. Ethan, make a strength check, please.
Go Ethan.
Again, I'd like to point out that in my defense, I am
Yes.
Really struggling with my eyesight. Oh, this could just be. That is a. That's a pass.
You are safe. You manage to break free of the current, get your bearings, and swim away, following the others into the cold underwater depths. And that is the end of the scenario.
Jesus Christ.
I had no right surviving that. I, by all rights and purposes, should have lost and died.
All right.
Oh, that's intense.
For next session, do you want a healed eye if I jump you into my cult?
What's the admission? I was gonna say, what's the admission fee?
Your soul.
Basically, you just sort of live in a sort of semi-gypsy, hippie, traveling Christian community.
Oh my
Hey,
God!
Look, as long as you offer up. Hey, look, man. As long as you're offering up the pipe and I get to explore shit, then yeah, sure, why not?
Yeah, and also you get to basically fuck whoever you want. It's kind of a good thing.
Yeah, all right. Where the fuck do I sign? What else line? You guys don't do anything except eat and sleep and mate and roll around in your own filth and mate, and where do I sign up?
Okay, so in that case, with David Aveline using his faith healing to restore your eye, you may restore all of your diminished skills to their original value.
Oh, nice.
Praise! What was your guy called again? Igwe?
For not
David
dying.
Aveline. Oh yeah, he's Yahweh!
Yahweh!
Yahweh.
Yahweh! Let's go.
Okay.
Yahweh! Yamalama Ding Dong, whatever the fuck his name is, I don't care, I got my eyes back.
Okay. The underwater passageway eventually leads out into the strait between Birdmen Lip and Moto Nui, and you're able to make your way, tired, exhausted, to shore. You catch your bearings, and then you hike your way back to the village. When you get there, you find that Clark de Havilland and Agent Blackstone have made true to their word. They have brought the survivors back, gotten the medical attention, and have informed Capitan Pereira that it was your doing. Capitan Pereira welcomes you as you enter the village, escorts you with a cadre of men into the military palace, and allows you to recuperate there in his private chambers, attended to by a nurse, attended to by one of the greatest doctors brought in from the mainland.
Oh, neat.
As he directs you to the modest but luxurious quarters that are to be your reward for helping him, he tells you congratulations, but Carl Stanford and his party are still out there. He says, Agent Blackstone has put me in touch with his superiors, Agent Bill Harkin, who is giving me the permission to act with all my authority in assisting an international operation by an organization calling itself Delta Green. He says, and so you will have all of my forces and any assistance the Chilean military may provide at your disposal. And as he finishes saying that with a flourish, you can't help but feel that you will need that.
I know what this next mission is.
As no sooner has he finished the sentence than you begin to hear a terrible rumbling noise, similar to an earthquake coming from the sky, booming through the air, filling you with dread. Grillier has started to rise.
Oh shit.
Carl Stanford and the Order of the Silver Twilight have taken advantage of this distraction, while you stopped more than 100 Starspawn being summoned to Easter Island to partake in the rising of Rillier. The city itself is still rising, and the cult have taken this opportunity to enact their ritual. A terrible rumbling you can hear in the air right now is that ancient eldritch city dragging itself towards the surface from the forgotten depths of the sea. Humanity has but days to live. Okay.
Joy.
For complete...
Yeah, let's get his shop membership here, my guy.
Yes. For rescuing the survivors, you each gain 2d6 fan.
Oh, 2d6, nice.
Oh, thank God.
It's a 6 and a 2. It's 12.
I'll
Nice.
take a 6.
I'm sorry, no, that's not 12, it's 8.
For destroying the monolith and ensuring... Yep, you get this M1, but you don't get the next one because you decided to take the survivors back to town when they went to go destroy the monolith. For destroying the monolith and preventing the Watcher statues from ever being activated again, you gain an additional 1d6 damage.
1d6?
Yep.
Oh, suppose it's something.
Nice. Make it max.
Unfortunately, the deaths of Laurie and things away locked out of the reward everyone surviving. But you still got a fair bit of fun out of them.
And now luck points.
Yes, you may all make a luck check.
Come on,
M1.
fail this shit.
Yeah,
And
sorry
if
for
you
the
fail-
internet.
Yeah, I know, that's okay, M1, but you get to be with us in 2 weeks for the finale, and Clark's actually going to be
Of
there.
course I would succeed.
Wait, Clark? Oh, not Clark Kent.
Avalanche.
Sorry.
Yeah, Clark Avalanche.
As a force
if
ghost.
If you fail your luck check, you may add 2d10 luck.
Oh, 2d10, holy shit.
Not my fault.
I guess we finally passed the goddamn luck chance and won.
Yeah.
Now when the chips are down, I really could
Oh,
have used
that's
extra
bullshit.
How much did you fail by?
Oh, no,
how much
I
did you pass
He only
by?
got 3 luck.
Yep.
He only got 3 luck.
Oh,
Yep,
oh, that's
failed.
harsh.
You get
Brutal.
2d10 luck to your total there, and you failed. So you get 7 luck, not bad at all. I will add that up there, bringing your luck total to 47, and your current stand to 50. Lovely. Okay, Christopher, you do not gain any Cthulhu Mythos points, nor do you gain any skill points.
Oh, shit.
Ethan, you gain 5 Cthulhu Mythos points and 10 skill points. And Chauncey, David Aveline, you also gain 5 Cthulhu Mythos points and 10 skill
How many?
points.
Sorry, how many? The music's kind of overpowering your voice.
Yes, sorry. 5
Right.
Cthulhu Mythos points and 10 skill points.
Cool.
And Chauncey, Agent Blackstone, and Clark de Havilland gain 15 Cthulhu Mythos points and 15 skill points.
Oh, cheers.
Now.
And that concludes the rewards. And so, with the rising of Rillier at hand, the fate of the world now rests on your shoulders. Will great Cthulhu awaken and doom humanity, or are the stars not yet right? Stay tuned and join us in 2 weeks for the final episode of Shadows of Yog-Sothoth, Rise of Rillier.
Yay!
Thank you
fun,
for
boys and
playing.
girls.
There we go.
Everyone
That's what I was looking for.
and that was a fun episode, action-packed, but somehow most of you made it through.
I almost died.
You almost died.
You hear David Aveline muttering about how hard it's going to be to find another Oriental girl.
Yeah. As for another
So to me, he's just sitting there going, "Crap! I just signed for a fucking cult."
Oh yeah, he sort of glossed over the fine
Yeah.
print that about the property transfer or powers of attorney. You know those.
Is
Just
Ethan Blake
you're not living that lifestyle anymore. You don't have to worry about these things. I've got an accountant girl that just does all the paperwork. Don't worry, we'll
Wait.
sort it out.
Is Ethan Blake the new
shit.
concubine?
And
Better fucking not be.
no, he's kind of one of the lieutenants.
Okay, well, yeah. Look, like I said, you
So,
kind of healed my you healed my eye. I kind of owe you for that
Yeah.
one.
Occasionally,
as far as
I may make suggestions that may come across as demands that you sleep with someone that I need you to sleep with, but that's fine.
Take one for the team.
Yeah.
As long as it's not
Look,
a case
They
of
may sound like demands, they may feel like demands at the time, but ultimately they're suggestions.
All right, Dale, have you?
Allow me to give you a glimpse of next episode.
I was just about to say, have you got any passing words?
Yes. Our heroes descending upon the Elder City of Grail, accompanied by a full fleet of naval battleships and destroyers and Delta Green agents.
the line. It is kind of awesome.
Fantastic. Any more parting words before we leave, Master Keeper?
Yes. Thank you everyone for joining. Be sure to tune in next week for D&D and for some more Resident Evil 4 at this time when we normally play Call of Cthulhu.
Same bat time, same bat place.
Yep. And
I
before
enjoyed
now,
that
thank
call.
Remy for coming and joining.
That was a fun session.
Thank you, Remy.
Yep.
Also, basically, this is how I cleric.
Yeah.
Hey man, I'm down. Like, I'm down for this. This is fun.
All right,
Yeah.
I shall return.
Yep.
Say goodbye, everyone.
Bye.
Alright, there you have it, guys. The second last episode of Call of Cthulhu Shadows of Yog-Sothoth. And holy crap, that was another good one. Another good one. I almost died. It was almost a lot of deaths. But we all somehow survived. But I dare say there's going to be a complete team wipe in the final episode. And hopefully we don't see the city of Relia being risen, and our Lord and Savior Cthulhu does not come and destroy the world. But anyway, thank you everyone for coming. Please hit and smack that like and sub button, and if you're on Twitch, that follow button, and come join me on the Discord. If you want to stay up to date of whatever I'm streaming, or if you just want to come home and chill. Also, do not forget to look up our other YouTube and Twitch page, Dungeons and Dagons. After this Call of Cthulhu campaign ends, as well as Dungeons and Dragons, we will be moving over to the Dungeons and Dagons channel. So make sure you go follow and sub on that one. We're both on Twitch and YouTube. And also check out our Patreon as well. And you can also join our Discord as well. But until then, I am going to get some sleep. Thank you everyone once again, and I will see you guys